I saw this fantastic documentary, Vendetta, Truth, Lies and the Mafia, on Netflix. Playing in Sicily, the island in the south of Italy, and not far from Egypt and its pharaohs. Therefore, the very powerful kingdom of the two Sicilies, for whom the Mafia are their mercenaries in order to hold the people squeezed into the bench vice, with on one side the Mafia Templars and on the other side the Freemason nobility authorities. Which gets so visible seeing this documentary about the brave Sicilian Pino Maniaci and his small personal telegiato radio fighting for the Sicilian people against this terrible enemy called the Mafia. In fact, in Italian, the name Maniaci, it means the maniac. Well, he sort of is, I suppose, in a good way. And as he, Pino Maniaci, had such a tremendous success fighting the Sicilian Mafia, in spite of the immense dangers for him, for his family, his pets, and his belongings, the equally aristocratic authorities, in the name of Judge Silvana Saguto, came to help the Mafia and started to attack the good man, so he couldn't work anymore, as he had to defend himself from the aristocratic Mafia of the Italian Justice Department in the name of Judge Silvana Saguto. Silvana Saguto has written high nobility all over her face, and showing it by the way she closes herself and gives secret symbols through her necklaces and other. Look here, here's got the seal of Solomon, a king, a jaywalker king, a pharaoh. Here's a lot of circles for the compass, and here are the squares, so it's saying square and compass all over, with a lot of circles here. There are 3 big ones for the concept of 3 and 1 small, so for the concept of 4. This is like a swastika, which comes from the pharaohs, which I explain in my videos. Here in her living room probably, you see the symbol of the French Republic, the New World Order, the Arc de Triomphe. Arc, it comes from Arcos, meaning to rule, and it's got all these classic buildings, Greek, Roman buildings out of Pharaoh. I mean, look at her. This is the nobility. So here you can see the crest or coat of arms of the kingdom of the two Sicilies. And here, this is the upper degrees of the Scottish Rite. They have this symbol. The 28th, 29th, 30th until 33, they have this symbol for their degree. Here you see a square, here's a circle, it says square and compass. A lot of Templar crosses here. And so this is the House of Bourbon and the two Sicilies. Yeah, the House of Bourbon, two Sicilies. So she, the Judge Silvana Saguto, is most likely from the extremely powerful royal house of Bourbon and the two Sicilies, and in order for Pharaoh's nobility to parasite on the people, she used the Mafia as a pretext to issue the very controversial so-called preventive measures based upon the lie to confiscate Mafia belongings and freeze their bank accounts. But instead, the nobility authorities started to pillage honest, hard-working Italians and confiscate their life's work straight into the hands of Italy's nobility through a complex nepotist Freemason network of all the initiated working in the Palermo Justice Department. So here you see the logo of the Antimafia Police, Direzione Investigativa Antimafia. So it starts with a D, which you can find here. That this is supposed to be a D, would you say so? The I is here, well, maybe. And here the A is here. But why do it in this way? I mean, who can recognize there's a DIA except them? Well, here's the square. This is exactly 90 degrees. Interesting, the point, it comes here like, well, okay. The whole thing is in a circle for the compass, and this is the square. So they see it immediately. It says square and compass. And then the A, it looks also like the compass, you know, and it's 60 degrees probably. And here is a pentagram, like the Pentagon, you know, it's always, you know, getting to the same stuff. That's why the Pentagon is, you know, it's like in a pentagram. And behind here, you can hardly see it, is the Lions Club rotary symbol of these Freemasons always giving, you know, so-called, you know, philanthropist, you know, helping some schools for children, you know, so they have a better access on them. And the whole thing here is in a oval, like the Oval Office, and it says Vis Unita Fortior. It means together we are stronger, or something like this, which is typical Templar stuff, you know, like uno pro omnibus, omnes pro uno, one for all for one, or the Trump said it as well. So he's saying exactly the same. Yeah, in the Oval Office here, he said the same thing, like vis unita fortior, like where we go one, we go all. Same thing. And this is sort of light blue, and then here behind it is white. Now, why do they have to accentuate the V all of a sudden by having another color on the other side, so they all see it? Oh, because this is the Templar V, like the V for victory, you know, like Churchill did it, you know, the child murderer who helped murdering 23,000 children in South Africa. This is probably Acacia, or this one here. Here it says Repubblica Italiana. Even in the flag is the concept of three, because that's them. It's the nobility. And this is us, you know, the concept of four, the gap in between all this. You know, so we spread our legs, you know, and they can rape us, you know. That's what it probably all means. And even this state corruption got all figured out by this smart Pino Maniaci and his tiny, but in the meantime very popular Telegiato radio, literally raided by the Sicilians seeking for help, being taken hostage in between the Templars Mafia and the nobility authorities. Only not even the Sicilians know who the Mafia actually really are and where they originally come from. So on top here there's the boss called the Don, like Don Corleone, the famous one. The word Don, also like in Spanish Don Quixote, it comes from the Hebrew word Adonai, but of course it's the pharaonic branch, like King Solomon, also a Don, of course, an Adonai or a king. The Lord, Don, it means like a lord, like the Freemasons in a in a way talking bad about Christ, they call him Adonai as well. So then they got the consigliere or consiglieri in Italian. It's like in a chess game, like the bishop and the underboss, the capo, the soldiers, and here you got the associates. And above this there's even more, which I will tell you in a minute. So you got the family links here. These are the family links. And you got the indirect links, like these ones here. Even a consigliere. And for the Crusaders and their Templar masters on the way to Jerusalem, Sicily became the most important bridgehead for the Knights Templars, with commanderies all over this huge island in the Mediterranean, in between Europe and Jerusalem, like the Sicilian Templar commanderies of Saint Nicholas or San Niccolò del Tempio in Italian, in Bulgarano near Scordia in Catania province, the Templar Church of Saint Mary Carmina or Chiesa del Carmine in Italian in Piazza Armerina, the Templar commanderies of Caltagirone, Trapani, Siracusa, Butera and Lentini. So here you can see it here. Ardana, Maltane, Caltagirone, Piazza, Aidone, Muro, Paterno, Messina, Magrentino, San Leonardo, Bulgarano, Pantalica, all Templar commanderies, and there are many more. I think this one here is there are also many commanderies of the Teutonic Knights, and here, exactly here in Cafalù, Aleister Crowley, he had his temple here, and exactly here was a commandery of the Teutonic Knights. I will tell you more about it later. And of course, Aleister Crowley, he spent all his time, a lot of time in Germany and in Switzerland, where the Teutonic Knights actually came from. The most important Sicilian Templar commanderies of Messina, Marsala and Trapani served the order as a major stopover for crusaders and pilgrims en route to the Holy Land by sea. Now this here is the crest of Sicily. Kind of weird, eh? Anyway, there are 3 legs, so it's the concept of 3, which is them, our masters. And each one of these is like 60 degrees for the compass. And so It's in French, so I could only find it in French. There's a lot of stuff, you know, you can only find either in German or in French, and it's not in Italian, English. So here's some more Templar commanderies. Établissement in Aidone, Ardane, Maltane, Bulgarano, Caltagirone, Magrentino, Syracuse. These are the towns next to it. So this Magrentino is next to Syracuse. There you go. And Caltagirone is here next to Piazza. And Caltagirone, Bulgarano is next to Scordia. Ardane is next to Butera. Aidone. And there we go. The commandery of Messina is in Messina. In Muro it's here and here. The one in Patalica is here. And this one is here. And this one, Paterno, is in Paterno. And yeah, Piazza Armenia, Armerina, sorry. And here Francofonte, Lentini. And here was this picture here. So, you know, I would not be surprised at all when the Mafia families are centered in towns around these Templar commanderies. So maybe some Sicilian or Italian can confirm me this. So maybe Pino Maniaci or a friend of his can find this out for me, because it's very, very important. Because it's all one and the same thing. Nobility, mafia, authorities, the Aleister Crowley, satanic stuff, nobility, pharaohs. It's all the same stuff, people. Armies, police. It's all the same stuff. So it's very important somebody find it out for me. Where exactly are the big mafia towns? It was said in the video, but I don't want to go and look at it again. And it's already a lot of work what I'm doing here. Nowhere else in the entire world you find so many mafiosi mobsters as in Sicily, the birthplace of the Mafia. And nowhere else in the entire world you find such a density on Knights Templar commanderies. And both are multinationals making a lot of money. Both are military organized with a strict hierarchy. Both work in secret, in the dark, with a code of silence, the OmerTa. Both kill people without remorse, and both pretend to believe in Jesus Christ. You think this is just a coincidence without any connection between the Templar mobsters and the Mafia mobsters? Or did it never even cross your mind at all? So here you see the Teutonic Knight. Here it says, kommt zu Reihen und Burgen des deutschen Ordens, circa 1300. So here is Sicily, and this Teutonic Knight's commandery is at Cefalù, where Aleister Crowley had his the temple of Thelema, doing his very bad things. And this is the typical, the Baltic, where the Teutonic Knights, where they had another 200 years of crusades after the crusades, starting in 1291, when they founded Switzerland here. This is the same as the Templars, only The Templars started about here in France, where the dot is. They got kicked out of France, they went to Switzerland, they changed the language, and then they went here. And this is also where the president of Russia, Putin, where he's from St. Petersburg, somewhere here. And this is why he speaks German, eh? And this is why the Germans, they like him. And you know, like Russia today, that's for the German people. That's the only honest TV, you know, mainstream media. That's the only honest one for them. The rest is die Lügenpresse. Well, it has all to do with the Teutonic Knights, you know. And they were here. So you see, on the left side of the island, Teutonic Knights here. On the east side, as I've shown you before, Templars. You know, and then here's Jerusalem. But they went straight here over where there's another Templar commandery, which I'm going to show you right now. So they went here. They came from Northern Europe, the Crusaders, and then here. They went straight here and on horseback, or they walked to Jerusalem, and most of all Egypt, of course, to get the Templars' treasure out of the pyramids. Here you see, here's the Kingdom of Sicily, here's Malta, the Maltese Knights, the Maltese Order, and here's Tripoli, now in Libya. They are the territories of the Knights Hospitallers here. And before that, because, you know, the Knights Templars, they went over into the Hospitallers when they got forbidden. So here was a Templars commandery. So they went from here to here, and then they went to Jerusalem and saying, "Hallelujah, we killed another 10,000 people." Why do you think Aleister Crowley, the big royal Satanist Pinklist killer, felt so safe in Sicily, huh? A place where the rest of the world wouldn't feel safe at all. Where in Cefalù, Sicily, he even sacrificed his own child, called Poupée. He had, together with the Swiss Lea Hirsig, in his satanic temple of Thelema, with many children disappearing all over Sicily every time he visited Sicily and the temple. Crowley and the Swiss Hirsig, a typical Swiss surname, had a child together whom they called Poupée, meaning a doll in French, whom they sacrificed in their Sicilian temple before she even got 1 year old. Of course, Crowley spent a lot of time in Switzerland, the land of Tsar, and base of it all, which you can read here. So, here it says, she was a Swiss American. No, she was Swiss. She was, you know, look, she was born in Switzerland, in Traxelwald, the canton of Bern, the same area where I was in. And I tell you, this is evil. It's evil all over in Switzerland. So she was born in Switzerland, and then she moved to the United States when she was 2 years old. Yeah, okay. Of course, together with her parents, taking it all the evil with her from Swaziland. Well, you can read it yourself. Yeah, this is in Cefalù. There it is. The Abbey of Thelema. It says, in a small house which was used as a temple and spiritual center founded by Aleister Crowley and Lea Hirsig in Cefalù. So this is, you know, the Swiss, they just emigrate to the United States. They bring their evil with them, and then they take over the they take over America. They go to all key positions. And yeah, here it says, with Crowley, Leah had a daughter whom they named Analia Poupée, the surname Poupée, Crowley. And she was born on January 26, 1920 in Fontainebleau. You know, that's where the French kings lived, Fontainebleau. It's very, the elite is there, you know. That's probably the Swiss. She took him there. So I'd say, you know, it's not Aleister Crowley, the big Satanist, you know, it's the Swiss behind it. This one here, the Hersik woman, and she died in 1975 in Switzerland, the age 91. This is the real powers behind it, you know, and then they just accentuate it on somebody else. It's also the canton of Bern, Swaziland, next to Interlaken, also where a lot of Americans are going, you know, tourists, a lot of Japs, a lot of Russians. Leah Hersik, Swiss American, you know. Swiss Americans are Americans of Swiss descent, and as I already told you, there are 1 million in the US. 1 million people, and they rule the US, you know, with presidents like Obama, like Herbert Hoover, the director of the CIA, J. Edgar Hoover, of Swiss name Huber. They rule the US, you know, no doubt. So this here is Cefalù in Italy, where Aleister Crowley and the Swiss Hersik, Leah Hersik, where they had the temple where they sacrificed people. A lot of people died there. So, and I wonder if some Italians can tell me, or some Sicilians, if this is a stronghold here of the Mafia, Cefalù. I know, which I've shown you just before, that the Teutonic Knights, they had a commandery there. And the Teutonic Knights are the German-speaking Templars. They come out of the Templars when the Templars disappeared. You see, they got in their coat of arms, they got a crown in there. The concept of three with a circle, which is also the concept of three, which is them. The concept of three is them here, the crown. You know, it's the same. So, if you want to read it, you can, but there's nothing in it. So here's Cefalù. I just showed that to you before. That's where you had the Thelema temple killing a lot of people. So, I mean, nobody would feel safe, especially in those days, in Sicily. But this guy felt very safe, you know. So that means, you know, he was part of it all, you know. I mean, it's again the Swiss connection. It's every time, Swaziland. Okay? Well, the Mafia, they put their money on a Swiss bank, you know. It's their head office of the Knights Templars, and all the banks, they come out of the Templars. They invented banking, you know, they founded the banks. So of course, you know, with this Swiss connection, you know, you could feel safe there. And I tell you once again, it's not Aleister Crowley, the big man behind all the Satanist things, you know. Not at all. It's the Swiss, it's Leah Hersik, the canton of Bern, where I lived as well, which is extremely evil. Especially if you go in the countryside. Oh man, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. It's in the air, you know. You can feel it the way they look at you, you know. You feel the eyes piercing in your back, you know. Especially if the moment they know you. Aleister Crowley's life developed quite normal. Going to school, college and university, until at only the age of 19 and still being a teenager, he went mountaineering in the Bernese Alps in Swaziland, ascending the famous Eiger, Munch and Jungfrau, being a young sportsman. From there on, things went wrong, meeting the wrong people in Swaziland, as the Swiss Lea Herzig from Bernese region, where the evil Swiss initiated him in this Egyptian wizard stuff. They tried that with me too, when infiltrating the octagon, but I refused and had to pay dearly for refusing the beast. The Swiss beast. Here you see Aleister Crowley. He was born 1875, and in 1894, which you'll see in a minute, he went mountaineering in Swaziland. So I show that to you now here. Here it is about the Abbey of Thelema, and his youth there. And yeah, in 1894 he went to the Bernese Alps, yeah, and he climbed the Eiger, Trift, Jungfrau, Munch, Wetterhorn. I mean, that's quite an endeavor, you know. Look at that, climbing up here. So this guy was a good sportsman. He was on the good way, you know, until he went to Swaziland here. And a couple of years later, now we're in 1898, Crowley was in Zermatt in Switzerland. And so 1898, then he was 23 only. He's spending a lot of time in Swaziland. That's the Bolskine house. So, oh, there he is in the K2 expedition. So, I mean, this guy was a sportsman, you know, tough guy. And everything went haywire when he went to Switzerland, meeting the wrong people. Look, he's completely sunburned. The Swiss took another young man's life, eh? As many. And, well, okay, there's a lot more here. I wanted to show you this here. You can read it all yourself. And what I'm going to show here, this is during the Hitler time. Look, this is from 1930 to 1938. So in April 1930, Crowley moved to Berlin. In the Nazi time, Adolf Hitler. And he also knew, look here, Hamilton. Well, we know those, right? The Duke of Hamilton, Order of the Garter, or the Scottish version of it. And so here, the Second World War. Look, he knew Ian Fleming. He was also living in Berlin. And at a certain moment, all three of them, they were studying, at least Ian Fleming and the Prince Bernhard of the German SS Prince of the House of Orange. They were all living in Lausanne with Ian Fleming and the Prince. They were studying, and Aleister Crowley coming there all the time. They all know each other, you know. And Ian Fleming, well, he knew Alan Dulles of the OSS, You know, it's all one bunch, and it's all together with the Mafia, Sicily, Swaziland. It's all one thing. The aristocracy, Pharaoh, here, Thelema. You look, this whole satanic belief system. It's all based on Egypt, which you can see here. I just saw it here before, which I've been telling you all the time. It's all, yeah. It's all based on ancient Egypt. Well, I just saw it before, you know, but find it yourself, you know. Well, I don't see it anymore here, but look it up yourself. And just as my code name was Le Relayeur in French, or the connector in English, something or someone mysteriously burned down Crowley's Boleskine house the very day I was liberated from the evil Swiss grip on winter solstice 2015. I was safe, and the intel towards their downfall could commence. It's all connected somehow. Why would simple Italians or Sicilians have a thing called our thing, or cosa nostra in Italian, meaning a thing or their thing, holding them together under a secret oath of loyalty and secrecy in some sort of an order or a fraternity. Cosa Nostra is in fact related to the typical Templar structures built in a strict internal hierarchy, and their belief or their thing to establish the new horizontal rule aristocratic system of the Republic, a thrive and pursuit they called our thing, or cosa nostra. Templars are very identical to the Mafia, and both are ice-cold killers in a brotherhood, backstabbers, multinationals, money makers, drug dealers, thieves, rapists, and a huge enemy to the people. The Mafia is for Southern Europe, what Switzerland is for Northern Europe, with their Swiss octagon, Swiss mercenaries, and Swiss banks. And of course, the Mafia, just as any other criminal, use the Swiss banks to hoard and stash their money. Italians, and even the Sicilians, do not have a single clue who the Mafia really are, where they actually come from, and why the Mafia gets protected by the Italian authorities. You see the red rose here in the picture? Well, that stands for the nobility, and Pharaoh's Pertasser, Red House of Pharaoh. In fact, at a certain moment, the Knights Templars had an additional secret code by the abbreviation MAFIA, in Latin for Mi Amina Fidelem Ius Aryan, in Latin meaning my soul loyal to the Aryan law, which was their thing, or cosa nostra, for our thing. Mi Amina Fidelem Ius Aryan as the initials Mafia. And Aryan means in fact aristocratic, the superior Aryan or aristocratic race, who are together with the Swiss the instigators of World War II, which I explain in my video here, the Nobility World Wars. Aryan means noble or high-born, nobility. They migrated from Central Asia. They drove horse-drawn chariots that helped them gain power. Well, this sounds very much like the Hyksos, who came from Central Asia, and they had horse-drawn chariots, and they took over ancient Egypt for a while and probably infiltrated it forever with their brachycephalic skull forms. So both Aryan and aristocracy, Aryan and aristocracy, come etymologically out of the Pharaonic Ari, meaning born out of the sun, as in Amun-Ra, the sun god of ancient Egypt, where they all come from. Here you can see Aryan. It also means king or a nobleman, noble, nobility, aristocracy, and which I explain, giving all the proofs in the 18-hour pentalogy, so it's in Swiss in 5 parts, called The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. Also here translated into Spanish by my Mexican revolutionary friends, and supposedly understandable for Italian speakers, like the Sicilians with Pino Maniaci. So here it is in Spanish: La Bestia Suiza, La Casa del Mal, Parte Uno. So, and you see, this is the channel name, Re y desprograma y reaprenda. And you see what's here: no puedo subir nuevo video hasta el 14 de marzo 2022. So you can see here the Mexicans are getting attacked by the Swiss because the Swiss don't want you to see this video and to get this information. So, dear Sicilian people and Italians, please download them very quickly. It's my and our present for humanity. So you can see they're also on Brighteon, Rumble, VK, what is this? Facebook. The Mexicans are really doing a good job, and I wish some other peoples could do the same, like Germans and French, translate it. But well, until now, only the Mexicans are the real hard-working people. Just like in America, the Mexicans do all the hard work, eh? The same here. Idem dito, as one says in Latin. Idem dito, same thing. And here you can see the original title in this channel here, but you have to scroll down because it won't pop up if you punch in the search machine The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. It won't pop up anymore, not even in the channel. So you must go into the video section and scroll it down until you get to part 1, and then you get to all the way to part 4, and part 5 is on the other channel, which you can find also in the in this channel here. It's called Homeland Security. I was still a child when I got taught all this by my very traditional family of French descent in South Africa. So I don't remember if it was fidelis or fidelem and ius or GIUREH in the word Mafia, M-A-F-I-A. But you just never forget anima fidelis aryan, or soul, loyal, nobility, the main words of the secret oath related to the initials of the word Mafia, which withholds, in fact, a secret oath. The word Mafia is, in fact, the oath of this secret order, doing the dirty work for the Knights Templars and the nobility. An oath punished with death, torture, or your children and offspring killed when one breaks the oath of silence and loyalty, also called the OmerTa, where the word OmerTa, which you can see here, together with the typical Freemason handshake, who use the OmerTa too, because the OmerTa comes from one of the 9 founding fathers of the secret order of the Knights Templars, by the name of Godefroy de Saint-Omer, Godfrey of Saint Omer, OmerTa, the laws of silence. So he's also called Godefroy, as I just told you before, Godfrey in English, and sometimes even Geoffrey, like the name Jeffrey, right? And he was one of the 9 founding fathers of the Knights Templars, together with this one here, Hugues de Payen, or Hugues de Pin, Bernard de Clairvaux. I went filming the monastery for you, the Cistercian monastery, and remember when they almost got me at this Templar commandery with that horrible statue, when there were 9 heads, white heads in the forest, you know, referring to the 9 original Knights Templars. So this guy, he is probably, together with this one here, Hugues de Payen or Hugues de Pin, one of the most important guys, you know, of the Knights Templars. So the laws of silence, yeah, the OmerTa, Saint Omer, you know, they made it up, you know, they made these laws. So Godefroy de Saint-Omer, OmerTa, it's all related, and it comes from the Knights Templars. Mer in the Demotic Pharaonic means the pyramid, and the O used to be an A, standing for big or pregnant, almost as in the word America, America, which I explain in my video, The Pharaoh Show. In this case, it means pregnant pyramid, for getting born in the pyramid, like Napoleon getting reborn in the big pyramid of Gizeh, and many others who got initiated there. So Saint-Omer, like in Godefroy de Saint-Omer, one of the 9 founders of the Knights Templars, Saint-Omer, it means the holy birth-giving pyramid. Ta in OmerTa, it means land. So OmerTa for A-mer-ta means born in the lands of the pyramids, or we were born in the lands of the pyramids. And Saint-Omer, like in Godefroy de Saint-Omer, Saint-Omer, it means we come out of the land of the holy pyramids. I made this video here on my channel Gatzefratz many years ago. The words are in German, like before saying schwanger in German, meaning pregnant. But these are just a few of the demotic words. So I don't have my books anymore, Neither do I have this one here, because I only have my backpack, you know. And okay, this was interesting about America. You see, you know, America, it means pyramid, sun, soul, energy. I explained it in my video. The Pharaoh show. Here it says the Pharaoh show and others. There's neither an Italian nor a Sicilian word called OmerTa. I knew more of this family heritage I got, but I forgot it over the drag of time, as I was still very young at the time. It was supposed to be repeated in adulthood, but due to political turmoil, I had to leave South Africa before and got expelled from my family. So, Mafia is the oath, and OmerTa, to whom the oath was directed to. Like, I swear on the head of Saint Omer. And you can see here the red rose of the nobility, of the red pertasser of Pharaoh, and here in red and white Templars colors. It's one and the same thing. The authorities, the Knights Templars, the Mafia, the government, police, the CIA, the FBI, it's all one and the same thing. The Nazis, the Freemasons, it all has the same source, and they all work together against humanity. In English, his name is Godfrey of Saint Omer, and he was one of the initial 2 men on 1 horse, together with Hugues de Payens, or also called Hugues de Pin. In the north of France, near Calais, there's still the town of Saint Omer, where he was born in 1075, and here you can see his coat of arms. So here's Saint Omer. It's and here's the coat of arms of the town and of the founding father of the Knights Templars. And here it is. Here's Saint Omer. Here's Dover, and here's Calais. You can read it. Well, there's nothing. It's not much to read, I think. The most important things, they're not in it. Yeah. So, okay. So you remember this coat of arms very well now. Look how it looks, and print it in your mind. So here again, the coat of arms, the same as in the town of Saint Omer, near England. And so he was from the nobility, you know. Geoffroy de Saint Omer. De, the prefix de, it means he's of the nobility. The founder of the Order of the Temple. So this is in French, so everyone who speaks French, you can try to read it. It's quite interesting. And otherwise, well, you just look at the pictures, eh? And so I was looking for there's another picture. This is Saint Omer. And here in the town, it's where the Templars were, where the arrow is. Oh look, Saint Omer, it's a star fort. Can you see this? It's a star fort. Oh, what do you know? And here are the Templars situated. I guess England is here. And There it is, the symbol here. Here, this is a temple in Saint-Omer, probably. There it is. I think it was the coat of arms of the guy. So look again, look very good at the image here, because I'm going to show it to you in a minute. Again, somewhere else. So if you want to read it, just punch pause. Now the Templar dude in the church, it's probably him. So, and this is where the word OmerTa it comes from. You know, total loyalty to the founding fathers of the Knights Templars. Here, the two guys on one horse. One of them is Saint Geoffroy de Saint-Omer. The other one is probably Hugues de Pin or Hugues de Payen. It's been used in both ways. Well, here it's again Hugues de Payen. Here they say Hugues de Pin. See, that's they use it in different ways. You know. Of course, you know, some people wrote in the Middle Ages. Some people wrote it this way. The others they wrote something this way, and the Saint-Omer crest is the same as the flag here of the two crossed arms pharaohs Ursula von der Leyen and Susanna Kaputova, which you can see in this video here. So this is the flag of Slovakia, and you can ask yourself, why do they have this Templars, double Templars, or Hospitaller cross if you'd like, and the crest of Godefroy de Saint-Omer, where the word OmerTa is coming from? Why do they have it in their flag? You know, it's again the pharaonic OmerTa, the laws of silence. They're not going to tell you, won't they now? OmerTa. So it's in this channel here, and it's this video here. There it is again, Susanna Chaputova or Kaputova, the president of the Slovak Republic. Now, why do they have the crest of Saint Omer with their OmerTa in the flag of Slovakia? Huh? And as it is so important, as for the ones who haven't seen this yet, I show you the crossed-armed ladies once again here. This is Chaputova with the crest of Saint Omer, the Templar, and here Ursula von der Leyen of the German high nobility. And so her crest, it means, you know, like Saint OmerTa, it means we come out of the land of the Holy Pyramids. And this is exactly what they're showing. And again, for the ones who haven't seen it yet, I show it in this video here on the same channel. Sarko Soul Soccer from Swit Sar land, the land of Sar. And it's all related. We've been ruled by the pharaohs for 2,000 years, people. The global Mafia is a Templar branch, and therefore in South America there are the drug lords of the cartels who call themselves Los Templarios, which is Spanish. That means the Templars. So here you can see a Templar's cross, and just as they were in America, the Newport castle or whatever it was, of course they were also in Mexico. Maybe someone can look it up. I guess this is the region here. Yeah, the state of Michoacan. Yeah, So there must be some Templar artifacts being found there, or maybe castles like in Newport in America. And let's be honest, simple Mexicans could never be that highly organized as the Latino drug cartels are. Only Pharaoh's nobility can do this, not the people. And in fact, in Latin America, the drug cartels are led by the Spanish nobility and the Templarios, who have settled their internal wars now since 1945 for 100%, all working together against humanity, both Templar Republicans and feudal royalists, in today's battle of the mind, killing our youth with their drugs and protected by their police, who all come out of the octagon and full of Freemasons, like here the Order of the Garter and King Felipe of Spain. So here you see a lot of octagons on his breast, and this is the Order of the Garter with Honi soit qui mal y pense, and here as well. See my video about that. And this is the Cross of St. George, like from the Georgia Guidestones. See my film Octagon, the Empire of Darkness, on my channel Frats, which you can see here. Same thing in Russia, where the Russian Mafia have an octagon for symbol, which they tattoo on their backs and knees, or wear in gold chains, or here in wood. As I met some Russian mobsters from Georgia, so the land of Georgia, and they were driving in big black limousines with German number plates, while I was hitchhiking in France, which you can see in this video here on the same channel. Here it says the title: Members of Russian Mafia Octagon of the Knights Templars for Vorizagonia. This is Russian here, Vorizagonia, that's the name of them. I spoke German with them, and they apparently stopped to see the huge octagon symbol in stone on the floor, which you can see in the video. They were very surprised when I told them that the Vorizagonia, the name for the Russian Mafia, is all infiltrated and taken over by the nobility. Yes, he said, how do you know? Look, this Russian mobster of the Vorizagonia, here you see the Russian letters, the Cyrillic. He even has a Templar's cross with a square in it. Like the Ku Klux Klan, they also have a square in the middle like this, like, you know, the corner down. Because they know exactly where they come from, and so does the Italian Mafia. They know it, people. That's why he has here, Gott mit uns. That's what the Nazis had, or all the Germans actually, on their belt, which means God with us. So this guy has it here. I mean, he's Russian, and the Nazis, they killed like 30 million Russians and their children, you know. So why would a Russian have it? Because he's of an organization by the Knights Templars, you know. So here's the Templars, and here's the Nazis, the Nazi Templars. And even the spider's web here is octagonal. They know it, you know, it's all one thing, you know. The authorities, the Mafia, the Justice Department, the politicians, the media, it's all one dirty, lying bunch. All these mobsters, they're just like the police. They come with many, and they act masculine, and they think they're strong against one. Just like the police, because it's the same organization. It all comes out of the Knights Templars. The police have a lot of octagon badges, and so does the Russian Mafia. And they all carry Jesus, like the Templars, like the Italian Mafia, the Cosa Nostra, the Russian Mafia. You see here the Russian Cyrillic letters. It's the same people. The police are the legal Mafia, and this is the illegal Mafia. And they're cowards. They're a menace to humanity. We should get rid of them now. And also, therefore, in the Pino Maniaci film, one can see in part 5 the Italian policeman Carabinieri Maggiore, or Major Marco De Chirico, and aristocratic name of the Italian nobility, with a octagon badge at the Pino Maniaci court case to announce his allegiance to all the initiated ones and all conspiring against the brave Sicilian radio man Pino Maniaci of Deleggiato. They always leave a sign or a symbol somewhere so they recognize each other, because they think we are stupid, and in fact we are stupid, very stupid. So watch my video Octagon, the Empire of Darkness, if you want to understand this octagon here. This is from 1992, the Sicilian judge Giovanni Falcone, the Falcon. It's already quite suspicious, the Falcon. Well, anyway, this is interesting. He was born in 1939 in the Kingdom of Italy. I already showed you that before, the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies. Well, you can read the whole story yourself. So, but what is important? So, Antonio Ingroia, who was a friend of this guy, so I'm talking to him. Antonio Ingroia, I need to tell you that your friend and mentor, Judge Giovanni Falcone, was not killed by the Mafia in 1992, as the hit was far too professional for the Mafia. Only Octagon could have done this, and the Templar Octagon, whom I infiltrated in Schaffhausen, Switzerland, is also the top organization giving the orders to Gladio and the Bologna bombings. Normally, for executions and operations in Italy, the Octagon has a team come over from another country for the, so to speak, OmerTa, and quite applicable in this case, in order to keep the lid on and seal the lips. And I know for sure that in the Falcone execution in 1992, the British increment has been used, just as in the Lady Diana elimination 5 years later. So I don't know if you remember the Falcone murder in 1992. They drilled a hole in the motorway in Sicily, and so you got a tube, an open tube, going from the motorway to under the bridge, where they stashed a lot of explosive. which they triggered by remote control. Now, in 1992, this is not a thing the Mafia could have done. And they still can't do this, you know. This is the legal Mafia behind it, who protect the Mafia. You know, because it all comes from out of the Knights Templars. Both do. You know. So I'll let you read it yourself. Here's about the UKN. So there are rumors that the Increment have been involved in several high-profile events, such as the death of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed, which is true. I can guarantee that. Here, also in part 5, you can see the corrupt elite judge Silvana Sarguto with a pharaonic brooch showing the Egyptian sun hieroglyph, showing her aristocratic allegiance to everyone with eyes for it. Like me, Sean Hross, showing many sun hieroglyphs here in this video here, the Pharaoh show. And here, one more time, a pharaonic brooch of the sun hieroglyph. Of course, it's not exactly the sun hieroglyph here, but it does represent it. And you see there's a red square in it and 2 circles. The circle stands for the compass and square is the square, so it does say square and compass. And red, it stands for the nobility, as the Pertasser, the red house of Pharaoh. So she's one of them, and highly criminal. In fact, though it is the typical sun hieroglyph which they show on all buildings, I realized it was in a different form. And when I had a closer look at it, when watching the clip again, I realized that the square brooch had a little opening in it. Wow, incredible. So this means she is showing the pharaonic per or per hieroglyph, meaning a house. So this is the pharaonic hieroglyph of a house, per. Only the brooch of the woman, it's upside down. The opening is here. But that doesn't really matter. And inside it's red. So it says house red, red house. And as the square is red, it says the red house of Lower Egypt. So she's saying to a pharaonic clan and enemy within that she's also from the nobility, and most likely from the house of Bourbon to Sicilies. And here you see the Duke of Castro. So, you know, Fidel Castro from Cuba. So this means there never was any problem with Cuba and the United States of America. They're all the same ruling. They just have the people fight each other. And it was Fidel Castro, you know, from the house of Castro. He betrayed Che Guevara. And, you know, because he was too famous amongst the people. He was too popular. And here's the coat of arms. There's a lot of things to recognize in it, you know, fleur de lis. Oh, this looks like Catalonia. Lions. Oh, look here. St. George, there he is again, the killer. Like the St. George Guidestones. That's where it comes from. And Templar crosses, well, it's full of it, eh? And this symbol you got above the 28th degree in Freemasonry, Scottish Rite. You got this symbol here, which is a very interesting fact. As she's in danger and facing more than 10 years in prison for corruption and nepotism, she is desperate and begs for help from her community, thus showing the ones in power that she is also from Pharaoh's Pertasser, Red House of Egypt, who became Europe's nobility. Of course, the original hieroglyph of the sun is a circle with a dot in it, and the one depicted on the buildings by a circle and two bars on each side is slightly different, but it does in fact represent the sun hieroglyph thousands of years later in Europe and thousands of miles away from the River Nile. So, and here you see again like the brooch she was having, and this is the Per hieroglyph, meaning a house. The Per or Per hieroglyph. Even the symbol for download has the Egyptian Per or Per hieroglyph for house. You download and bring it into your house. So this is another way how these pharaohs, like the corrupt judge Silvana Saguto, they give secret messages to each other. So here again the Egyptian hieroglyph of house. And here you can see her with a necklace with 3 bulls on it, for the concept of 3, which is them, the elite, our masters, and we, the people, are the concept of 4 at the base of the pyramid's hierarchy, while the concept of 3 is the triangle or delta, as they prefer to call it, forming the triangular side of the pyramid all the way leading to the top. She even shows the concept of 3 vertically, as for the vertical rule of a feudal system, and normally, due to gravity, the 3 balls would have surged the lowest point. So this is all deliberate and very meticulously prepared. My house is the house of Sean Hross Duplessis, with our motto Non facit pugnum digito uno in Latin, meaning with 1 finger only one cannot make a fist. Well, actually it's not entirely the same motto, as I'm not allowed to use it anymore, and I have to respect that. So I made the motto myself by slightly changing it, but it means the same. And already as a child I got initiated in all this, and I would never have told anyone if not me and my children would have been so heavily terrorized for such a long time by the Swiss octagon. So they left me no other choice than to speak out and open up the lid of Pandora's pharaonic box. Switzerland is the head office of the global Templar Mafia, where they all keep all their money. Also, the Nazis belong to this Templar Mafia, which I've already explained in many videos. So, therefore, it might appear contradictory that in 1943, before the landings by the Allies in Sicily, the OSS the Office of Strategic Services and predecessor of the CIA, asked the help of the Sicilian Mafia against the Nazis, as in fact the Nazis were and still are in the same global family with the OSS, CIA and the Mafia, who all come out of the Templars and ruled by the Octagon out of Switzerland, where Alan Dulles of the OSS Switzerland, the head of the later CIA, had his headquarters in Bern, Switzerland. Alan Welsh Dulles came out of the very powerful Geneva family Mallet-Prévost from Switzerland, about whom you can see more in this video here on my channel Gatsenfratz. So this video here, Alan Dulles was Swiss family Mallet-Prévost. In fact, in Sicily in 1943 there were no more real Nazis left, but only some expendable German soldiers who were left, who could be eliminated and betrayed by the Mafia, who gave all the German military positions to their pals in the OSS. How else can you explain, with the basic understanding of how things work on this planet, that a criminal organization like the Mafia helps the US military in a military campaign? Where's the catch? What are we missing here? Who's gaining what, and how did the US government know on which random door to knock in rural Sicily? Well, unless they already knew each other, because in fact they belong to the very same organization, who all converge and come together at the top. This is also the reason that drugs from the various mafias around the globe get smuggled in by NATO's various air forces into the various Western countries, with the police doing absolutely nothing, whereas the entire drug trade and drugs consummation in all the cities could easily be stopped within 24 hours if they would just use all the police in today's streets, who are mobilized to terrorize humanity in Pharaoh's global bug war against humanity. If they would use all these police for only one single day, we could stop the drugs and the consummation of drugs, everything, only for 1 or 2 days. All these police in the streets now. The lie is their biggest weapon, and backed up by their indoctrination media, and with some excellent rhetoric by some brilliant actors, the majority of the dumb slaves believe everything. Therefore, later on in history, both the CIA and the Mafia were involved in the preparation of the assassination of US President John F. Kennedy, which got eventually executed by the British increment, because political assassinations inside the US are always done by the UK increment, and vice versa. Liquidations inside the UK are being done by a special detachment inside the CIA, and the increment finally take their orders from the Swiss Octagon. And what a coincidence again. This is exactly the very same way the Mafia operates. A murder in New York gets done by some salesman or a Catholic priest or some other disguise flown in from Palermo, Sicily. And a murder in Sicily gets done by some innocent looking American tourist visiting Sicily. Well, how come they work so similar both in the Mafia and official Western government organizations? Well, because it's one and the same gang called Octagon of the Nazi Templars, and they are based in the Alps. And forget about the Israeli Mossad in all this, who are the most clumsy secret service in the world, creating one global scandal after the other because of their unprofessional clumsiness. I hear about the assassination attempt on Khaled Mashal. I hope I pronounced that right. And hear about the assassination attempt. They tried to put some in his left ear. They put a poison in his ear with a spray. And the picture you saw before, that was in that hotel in the Arab Emirates. It also went over the entire globe in all newspapers, and there's a lot more. And this shouldn't happen with a intelligence service. The Mossad is only considered the best in the world because they accumulate the best human intel, human intelligence information about anything they need or need not to know, because of the impressive backup space of the jaywalker community all over the world, providing the best human intel, the best humans. And a tremendous quantity of jaywalkers offering safe houses in such high numbers that every operator has his own safe house, which of course minimizes local attention drawn in and eventual detection in the end. But when it comes to Mossad operations, they're as clumsy as 10 rabbis trying to circumcise a camel or two, as we used to say. From my own experience, the Royal Military Intelligence, including Team 5, Detachment 6 and the Increment, are the most professional in the business. You don't see them, you don't hear them, they don't leave traces, as if they don't even exist. An absolute shadowy organization of mostly noblemen at the top and in the field, who receive their final orders in the end from the Swiss Octagon through an intricate network of Freemasons and Nazi Templars. So here you see it's royal, their crest, the badge, and it has red here for the Red House and white for the White House of Pharaoh, the Per Tasser and the Per Het. So these royals, they come out of these ones from Egypt, who became the royals, and here on top you see the Knights Templars. And so Well, you see these ones here. We all know about that. It almost, the SIS, it almost sounds like ISIS, eh? And you know, General Sir is from Sar, meaning a king, a pharaoh. It's like a a mob of royal gangsters, they are. So when President John F. Kennedy wanted to stop the CIA from importing drugs from South America, drugs from Vietnam and Laos into the US, and stop the CIA from working together with the Mafia, then JFK became a priority on Octagon's death list. Just as when I, Sean Hross, criticized another branch of the Octagon crime syndicate by making documentaries and writing in international newspapers about the Swiss Nazi Templar banks, I too moved up fairly high on Octagon's death list, and even had Swiss Nazi cops shoot at me in the forest. So this video is on this channel here, and here's the title. Of course, Oliver Stone's video JFK from 1991 was meant to put you on a wrong lead. Well, what else can you expect from government's Hollywood and their government agenda? Yes, okay, the Mafia were involved in the hit, as they're one and the same thing belonging to the Octagon, which was already getting known in books written after JFK's murder. Well, so nothing new really. So the government's Hollywood state's propaganda had to keep it that way before people were going to dig any deeper by putting a Hollywood final seal on the case through that JFK movie. I already made documentaries about the Swiss involvement in the JFK murder 10 years ago, but Swissy made YouTube take them off, and after 2 extensive Swiss house searches, I don't have them anymore either, as the Swiss Nazi police stole all my hard disks, memory sticks, CDs, computers, cameras and SD cards. President Kennedy knew about the enemy within, and that the CIA, the cocaine import agency, only pretended to fight drugs, and in reality only eliminated the competition. So Kennedy put FBI agents in the Pentagon in a so-called TDY program for temporary duty yonder, like Agent Tom O'Loughlin being a SACSA agent for SACSA, S-A-C-S-A, Special Assistant for Counterintelligence and Special Activities. So I read it for you because this is important. SACSA, to direct special operations in the Kennedy administration, the Joint Chiefs of Staff created a new organization headed by a general officer with the title Special Assistant for Counterintelligence and Special Activities, SACSA. Colonel Fletcher Prouty of the Air Force Special Operation Command was tasked with forming the new organization. The Kennedy administration wanted to have a new team, so General Ed Lansdale, a CIA man who had run special operations since the CIA-sponsored Hawk Rebellion in the Philippines, was passed over. The new SEXA official was to have control over all special operations, including those of the CIA, which was ordered to turn its special operation files over to the Joint Chiefs. To staff the office, an operations planner was needed, someone who was familiar with intelligence and special operations, but not a CIA man. Moreover, Kennedy needed someone who would be respected by all the services and intelligence agencies for honesty. So this is why they sent the FBI SEXA man in doing the TDY, the officer, the special agent Tom O'Loughlin. So the Octagon killed Kennedy's man Tom O'Loughlin at the young age of 51 years only. Poisoned in or around the Pentagon, quickly torn apart by a strategical cancer, so to say, at the age of 51. And here's the FBI. Here Tom with J. Edgar Hoover, or Gay Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI. And you all know now through my videos that he was from the Swiss Huber, looking exactly like President Herbert Hoover, also from the Huber family. So no luck, eh? FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, also called Gay Edgar Hoover, real name Huber, from Switzerland, and US President Herbert Hoover, real name Huber, from Switzerland, are from the very same Swiss Nazi Templar bloodline, which you can see in the picture comparison of this video here on my channel Gatse. And they were both members of the Swiss Octagon from the Alps, bringing havoc to the US, going for all key positions and stabbing the American people in the back. And you can see how they are lookalikes, these two here. This is J. Edgar Hoover, the same brachycephalic broadheads, and here Herbert Hoover. And these cephalic skull forms are not European. Europeans have long heads, which you can see in my video about Perset. And here's the title, but you probably have to scroll it down in the video section here, because YouTube is desperately trying, to hide all my videos, with of course the Swiss pushing behind it. Or you can take the title here and then put it a little bit more to the right here in the search bar in my channel, then it might pop out. And otherwise you go and look for it in my Ahava 528 Israeli channel on the Israeli video platform. And here a video I made 10 years ago about the Swiss involvement in the Kennedy assassination. And while you're at it, watch this video here, watch it too. How Swissy had the army shoot and kill unarmed US war veterans. So here's the title. The best is to copy the title and in my channel here and then punch it in the search bar here in the channel, or maybe scroll it down. But even if you scroll it down, and YouTube is trying to hide it, because the ones in power, they don't want you to see these videos, so you better download them, and I'll try to put the links in the description for you. Agent O'Loughlin's nickname was Mr. Hammer, indicating the man's formidable capacities, and therefore needed to be terminated without further delay, before the Hammer could do more damage to Octagon's business model, leading from the jungle's opium forests of Southeast Asia to the Octagon's motherland in the Alps, where all the money is stashed, and where Alan Dulles, the very first CIA director, had made many worthwhile Nazi contacts during the war. That's why the paperclip here in the picture, replacing the stars that once were. And those Nazis were all on drugs, like Hitler and GIUREH, being hooked on cocaine, speed, and whatnot, from the top all the way down to the ordinary German soldiers, all carrying a tube of speed tablets called Pervitin for the hard moments, like shooting a bunch of children and their mothers in a mass grave, and then shovel a few tons of sand over it. In these cases, Pervitin was required, not really like Popeye opening a can of spinach. Hi Hitler! This is the war of the mind, what I was telling you about. And because the Nazis won the war, right after the Nazi victory of World War II, and taking over the US through the paperclip, the drug wars started to mess up our children's brains in the war of the mind, just as the actual drug war being forced upon humanity in Pharaoh's bug war to take control over our minds. Hi Hitler, guys. Have fun now. Per in the word Pervitin means a house in Pharaonic Demotic, like a royal house or bloodline, indicating the ones behind it, as usual. In 1971, when Special Agent O'Loughlin died, murdered by people who smiled in his face, he hadn't watched any YouTube yet, and how his FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, real name was Huber, a Swiss American, who also was a member of the notorious Octagon, wanting Special Agent O'Loughlin dead. O'Loughlin's code name in the Sexa detachment was Macduff, just as you can see here on this channel name, Macduff Lives. So years, and in fact decennia later, O'Loughlin's son John O'Loughlin opened up a YouTube channel by the name of Macduff Lives, and we did an interview there last month on December 7th, 2021. It says interview, there we are, interview with me and the title is a little bit longer. 1 month ago. But as I just had contracted the Wu flu, I was still recovering and in the interview searching for the words in my empty mind due to the brain fog provoked by Pharaoh's bug war. I'm fine again now by just recovering the natural way in this huge winter solstice blood ritual starting on December 21st, 2019, winter solstice. Watch this film, the biggest winter solstice blood ritual ever, on the same channel. Here, John wrote me this in his book entitled Macduff Lives, which he had sent me to Sean Hross with deep respect and gratitude, John O'Loughlin. And don't you think that the Chinese did it concerning the spread and creation of the Wu flu pharaonic bug? As to my knowledge of modern history, nowhere in history the Chinese applied biological warfare against human beings. But there is another country doing this all the time. America. Like the Phoenix program to destroy the Vietnamese people's traditional way of life and culture and force the villagers into strategic hamlets. The murder of indigenous leaders, the computerized war in which people were killed by assassination squads. And look here. It says Phoenix program. Phoenix. Yeah, look, there's the official US badge with the Phoenix and Yachin and Boaz. Well, I already told you what Phoenix is a reference to, eh? It says Pung Huang. No idea what that means. The US Phoenix program is America's equivalent of the Nazi Operation Reinhardt, murdering the jaywalkers. Well, no wonder when you consider that all the paperclip Nazis disappeared into the US in 1945, enabling their worldwide extermination wars by the Swiss Nazi Templar Octagon. Yeah, Operation Reinhardt in Wikipedia. Yeah, another Phoenix program. It's all related to the Knights Templars. Phoenix. And of course the Phoenix program using Agent Orange by Monsanto, killing the Vietnamese by the millions and still dying today of massive cancer. As Agent Orange is still in the drinking water, and here it says an estimated 150,000 children in Vietnam, they were born with serious birth effects. Well, the Phoenix makes sure that the Knights Templars, that they rise again, and all the rest will never rise again. Like 150,000 children will not rise again like a phoenix. These Vietnamese children will never fly again as a phoenix. They're grounded forever. They will not be happy children. This is the present of America. There are pages after pages after pages. So China doesn't do this. It's America doing this. Don't believe the Western newspapers. Well, I hope the Chinese will rescue us from all this misery. I hope the Russians will clean it all up. And all this gender bender stuff and you know, killing the families, and then I hope the Chinese and the Russians will come. I dearly do hope so. Look at this, people. Look at this. Chinese don't do this. Forget it. It's America. And they do it over and over and over again. Yeah, see, the children of Agent Orange. I'll give you all the proofs. I like facts. So, you know, who is behind the bug war, eh? From Wuhan. The Chinese? Oh, forget it. Oh, forget it. You can see the same children in Iraq now and in Afghanistan because of depleted uranium. America did it. Wakey, wakey. John F. Kennedy wanted to stop all these atrocities and stop the Phoenix program, and had to pay the ultimate price for his attempt. And so did SEXA agent Tom O'Loughlin. And he said, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. Do you understand this? Who are the ones who make peaceful revolution impossible? I mean, look at Kazakhstan at the moment. I'm sure the people wanted a peaceful revolution, but the ones in power didn't want this. So because they want to have a violent revolution, ordo apkao. So they moved it this way. They killed a couple of protesters. And this is the way they do it. They don't want peaceful revolutions. The elite, they don't want change. They don't want us to be happy. No, they want to kill us. This guy he understood it. It's a good one. We could use this guy on YouTube. This guy would have been the best YouTuber or info warrior of all. So go and see his channel, sort of. The Phoenix, of course, as in the Vietnam Phoenix program of the CIA and the US, is of course again a reference to ancient Egypt and the Knights Templars, who rose again out of the fire of the French king and resurrected in Swaziland. The Phoenix program, a typical name chosen by the Octagon. And in the middle of all this was Mr. Hammer, special agent of the FBI and Kennedy's man to smash the CIA, who got poisoned through the CIA's special virus cancer program to eliminate people with silent weapons for silent wars, easily eating up a man like Mr. Hammer, Tom O'Loughlin, from the inside, until his body resigned at the age of 51, a tree of a man who would never resign any assignment. You just don't touch Octagon's money business like the CIA's Air America, bringing in tons of drugs into the US and into the entire Western world. Just another multinational Knights Templar business in collaboration with the Mafia, the CIA, Swaziland, Nazis, etc. So here you see the statistics, the opium cultivation in Afghanistan from 1994 to 2014. So that's 20 years in hectares. And this here, I guess it's in kilos. From 1994, 71,000 kilos. That's 71 tons. And here it's rising and it's rising. Here it's in 2014, more than 200 tons of opium or heroin. And but why here in 2001, when the Taliban were ruling, only 8 tons, you know? So, well, that's because the Taliban forbid opium in Afghanistan and the use of drugs, because these guys, they said, well, we are real Muslims and this is not very Islamic, the drugs, so they forbid it. And this was the reason, one of the reasons, but the main reason for NATO and the CIA and the Octagon and the Mafia, you know, to invade Afghanistan, all under pretext of the World Trade Center and whatnot. But you can see it, you know, all statistics, they all show this, not only here, they all show the same columns. And here you can see American soldiers, they're protecting the opium trade, patrolled by US NATO forces, Afghanistan's freedom and democracy, opium fields supply 90% of the world's heroin. So if you look at 2020, the columns are probably like here. And so this is what's happening. You know, it's all about business, geostrategical wars. And don't believe the newspapers. No, it's all a lie. Therefore, Swaziland is the center of drugs in Europe, where I personally saw people coming from everywhere into Switzerland to get their dose. I mean, Swaziland is the center of everything. It's the diplomatic center, it's the center of money, it's the center of all the NGOs. So why wouldn't be the center of drugs? And drugs is money, because it's the base of it all. And look at it, you know, Zurich, second place. This is about the cocaine in the wastewater in European cities. And there's even 2 cities here, Geneva, also a lot, and London a lot less, and then there are the other European cities here in this statistics. And just look at this here, Amsterdam and Zurich. There is a reason that Amsterdam is at the first place, and this reason is connected to Swaziland, and I tell you why. Well, you would say, okay, Amsterdam, it's a port, that's where it all comes in. But here you see London, you see part of it, it's 700, so it's a lot less than here. You would ask yourself, why not London? It's also a big port. Why Amsterdam at the first place? And there are even bigger ports like Le Havre in France, which has nothing, you know. There is a reason. This Amsterdam statistics is connected to Swaziland, and I'm going to show you how. Because it all comes from Swaziland. That's where it gets in. Because they're all corrupted. The police is corrupted. They're gangsters. They lie. They kill people. It's Octagon. And the Swiss, of course, use the ancient Templar waterway of the Rhine to transport the drugs from Basel to Rotterdam. So Pharaoh's media can say that drugs come in through the port of Rotterdam, which is a thing, that's easily believed, because of the laws of silence around Switzerland. There shouldn't be any connection at all to Switzerland. It always has to be avoided. And already the Romans, they used this waterway, and the kings and the queens, and of course the Knights Templars. So they got Rhine ships. You see, here's Basel, here's Switzerland. Basel, it gets flowing in here in Zurich and Basel. And it goes by ship. It goes here to Rotterdam, one of the biggest ports in the world. And they can say, okay, that's where it comes from. It always has to be done like this, so there won't be any talk about Switzerland. And I mean, then you can ask yourself, here is an even bigger port, or just as big. It's the biggest port of France. It's called Le Havre, Havre. The river can also brings it to straight to Paris, and so that would be very important. But why aren't any drugs here in Le Havre? Why all here? Well, the reason is this: the Rhine River. That's how they do it. And of course, the Freemasons, they got it all protected, and the police in their hands. So nobody is ever going to control this here. The Rhine ships, all the tons, they're all coming in here like this. It's the biggest river in Europe, the Rhine, and it floats from Basel to Rotterdam. And in fact, this is interesting, with satellites, they could see, here's the Thames somewhere, or here, and underneath the North Sea, you can still see how the Thames, or the Rhine is in fact the Thames, how it went in older times, like here, where the sea is, and it's still visible. It's quite interesting. So this is a Templar's way to get the drugs by the Octagon, from the neutral OmerTa, laws of silence, Switzerland, into Rotterdam. And of course the royal house of Orange, they're deep into Nazism and drugs and whatever, you name it. They had the Prince of Darkness. It's the richest family in the world, the House of Orange. And they had the Prince of Darkness, who founded the Bilderbergers, which is the highest Freemason group. And the Rhine River, this is the secret. I made these short videos about it, showing here in Switzerland. It's about 10 years ago. So this one here and this one. I'll put the links in the description for you. No, not the state of China spreads viruses, nor does it trade drugs, but America does, with its corrupted government, dealing drugs, spreads viruses, or uses depleted uranium in the Muslim world, killing Afghans, Iraqis, Libyans, Syrians, Bosnians, and even Serbs, by the millions dying of cancer because of the depleted uranium. Just like Agent Orange in Vietnam. It says Agent Orange in Wikipedia. A lot of nice pictures. There's some more pictures. It's amazing. Terrible. Even using helicopters, look at that. So in here you can see how Monsanto, it even killed the veterans, US government, they even kill their own people, And here it says class action lawsuit, that several lawsuits have been filed against the companies which produced Agent Orange, among them Dow Chemical, Diamond Shamrock, and here, look at this, Monsanto is also in it. So Monsanto's best known product is Roundup, a glyphosate-based herbicide developed in the 1970s. And well, the glyphosate, well, it creates cancer, at least. There they are, Monsanto. How lovely, they got a plant in their logo. And apparently before that, the Agent Orange, it was invented by Bayer. And Bayer became at a certain moment IG Farben, who produced the Zyklon B.
This is the infant, which is really nothing but a gift of the democracy that the United States has installed in Afghanistan. This is the horrific deformity from which thousands and thousands of Afghans will be dying from, and generations upon generations of Afghans will be suffering from. This is the crime that deserves nothing but a total justice, and total justice is nothing but the destruction and defamation of those who have committed this. This is the tragedy and travesty of Afghanistan, and this is the product of so-called democracy. Nothing but a horrific deformity.
No. China doesn't do these things, but America does. Over and over again. All over the world, throughout the entire history of this New World Order Freemason state called USA. The US biological warfare started on Native Americans when on May 24th, 1763, in order to crush the Pontiac uprising, the US sent blankets infected by smallpox to kill the Indians and their children, just as the US recently did in the Muslim world and in Korea and in Vietnam. Be very careful when the US comes with hearts and minds and give you something. No. China doesn't do these things. But the US does, using weapons of mass destruction like viruses, Agent Orange, depleted uranium, poisoning their own FBI agents, you name it. Forget about Wu Flu, China. The Chinese don't do this. And neither their bets on the Chinese market. The idea to use the infected blanket biological warfare to clean the US from their indigenous population came from a Swissie, colonel in the US Army, former Swiss mercenary in service for the Dutch and British Royals, and born in Rol, Swaziland, 1719, by the name of Henri Louis Bouquet, without any doubt a member of the Templars Octagon. So here he is. Charming chap, isn't he? A Swissy. And a lot of red for the old world order. A little bit of white. This is where it started, the Red House of Pharaoh, and this is the New World Order, the horizontal rule. There's nothing without a coincidence with these guys, huh? So I'll read it for you. So he was born here in the Swiss Confederacy, and allegiance, Dutch Republic, Kingdom of Sardinia, Sar. You remember the Shards, the Chardin, and Great Britain. It says he was a colonel. There, he was a colonel. Fort Pitt. So Henri Bouquet, Henri Louis Bouquet, generally known as Henry Bouquet, and he was born in 1719, died 1765. Was a Swiss mercenary who rose to the prominence in British service during the French and Indian War and Pontiac's War. Bouquet is best known for his victory over a Native American force at the Battle of Bushy Run, lifting the siege of Fort Pitt during Pontiac's War. During the conflict, Bouquet gained lasting infamy. Lasting infamy, and there he is again with his lasting infamy, with his biological warfare and genocide, in exchange of letters with his commanding officer Amherst, who suggested a form of biological warfare in the use of blankets infected with smallpox, which were to be distributed to the Native Americans. Despite this indictment, historians have praised Bouquet for, etc. And it was actually Bouquet who came with the idea, which I'll show you later, because the letters are still there. Bouquet was born into a moderately wealthy family in Rol, in Swaziland. There's Rol. Now look at the castle, eh? And here's the Swiss Confederacy. And the oldest of 7 brothers, the son of a Swiss roadhouse owner and his well-to-do wife, he entered military service at the age of 17. Like many military officers of his day, Bouquet traveled between countries serving as a professional soldier. This is all because of the Knights Templars. All the mercenaries in Europe killing Europeans, they're all Swiss, and this is all commanded by the Knights Templars. He began his military career in the army of the Dutch Republic. There you go. And I already showed you this. So now we are in the 18th century, like 1748. Well, that's exactly this. Because that's after the 30-year War, when 150,000 Swiss mercenaries took up service for the Dutch king, and that's exactly this area, and who became the Dutch police. And I already showed you that in a video somewhere, I don't know where it is. on my channel Gatsefrats, or maybe it was on my channel GIUREH. And later he was in the service of the Kingdom of Sardinia. That's the word Sar. And in 1748 he was again in Dutch service as a lieutenant colonel of the Swiss Guards. And here's about the Pontiac's War, and real charming chap. He lives on in infamy. And here's what they, a month later, in a series of letters between Bouquet and his commander, General Geoffrey Amherst, a baron, it says baron, with a big octagon on his chest, again red and white. The idea of using smallpox blankets, so biological warfare. Don't you think the Chinese did it? And all these people, the Swissy and the general in America, all became American citizens, And then their children in the CIA, and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And I'll show you in a minute, the idea was Swiss. Again, as always. They're always in it somewhere. Believe me, people. And you can see, again, the Swiss Templars here working together with the nobility. Like the Second World War, it's always the same. So, in a letter from June 29th, 1763, the Swissy Merc, the mercenary, Colonel Henri Bouquet, suggested the British Commander-in-Chief of North America, the first Baron Geoffrey Amherst, that he had a splendid idea in order to get rid of some 100 million Indians once and for all, using biological warfare, just as they're using that on the entire human race right now in 2022. Then the English Baron wrote back, "Oh, my dear chap from Swaziland, what a splendid idea. You go do that, my dear Swiss Colonel Bouquet." So here you see the Baron of Amherst. It's a lot of red and white, a lot of red, because that's where they come from, the red house of Pharaoh, the Pertasser. And then it has a little bit of white where we are now. It has an octagon with red and white. And look at the long nose, these aristocrats. Now you don't see that so much anymore, because they've been so mixed. But in these days, on the old pictures, they got all these long pharaonic noses. So, the big nose, as people say, it's not the jaywalkers. This is the typical they're long noses. And they're nosy as well, putting their long noses into our affairs, And I mean, this is not European, these long noses. And here it says, Amherst's legacy is controversial due to his expressed desire to exterminate the race of indigenous people during the Pontiac's War, and his advocacy of biological warfare in the form of gifting blankets infected with smallpox as a weapon. And so he was the Commander-in-Chief of North America, the Crown Governor of Virginia. He was serving under the 2nd George and the 3rd George. You remember what I told you about the state of Georgia and the St. George Guidestones. And here's the Earth of Loudoun, the governor of of New France. So he was a page to the Duke of Dorset. You know, Set Dorset. Set is the lord of the underworld. It's not a coincidence, you know, all these pharaonic syllables in it. Yeah, the Indian War in North America. Yeah, I'll read it for you. A month later, the use of smallpox blankets was discussed by Amherst himself in letters to Colonel Henri Bouquet. Amherst, having learned that smallpox had broken out, well, he learned it because of Colonel Bouquet. It's the other way around, which I'll show you that in a minute through the letters. Had broken out amongst the garrison at Fort Pitt. And so he wrote to Colonel Bouquet, could it not be contrived to send the smallpox among the disaffected tribes of Indians? We must on this occasion use every stratagem in our power to reduce them. Bouquet, who was already marching to relieve Fort Pitt, agreed with this suggestion in a postscript where he responded to Amherst just days later on July 13, 1763. I will try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets that may fall in their hands, taking care, however, not to get the disease myself, as it is pity to oppose good men against them. I wish we could make use of the Spaniards' method and hunt them with English dogs, supported by rangers and some light horse, who would, I think, effectively extirpate or remove that vermin. In response, also in postscript, Amherst replied, hey, you will do that. You will do well to try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets, as well as to try every other method that I can serve to extirpate this execrable race. I should be very glad your scheme for hunting them down with dogs could take effect. But England is at too great a distance to think of that at present. Well, this is what they did. You know, working together, the nobility and the Swiss Templars. It's always the same, and it's still going on like this, you know. There you are, Octagon. Biological warfare. And these people and their descendants, they became American citizens, you know, Swiss and the nobility ruling America. So they still have the letter. Yeah, it says later, Derrico found a letter indicating Amherst was keen on the idea. So they have the letters. They still have the letters are still there by the Baron Amherst and by the Swiss mercenary colonel. And Errico, Peter Errico, is a professor at the Massachusetts University. I'll read it for you. Inoculate the Indians. Derrico did find evidence of a plot to infect indigenous people. In fact, the name Derrico, it's also the nobility, in fact. De Errico. Might be of French origin or Italian. Everything with de, it's nobility. It's like von in German. So the first letter was from a Swiss mercenary. So you see, the very first letter was Swiss, by a Swiss mercenary called Henri Bouquet, who suggested giving out smallpox-infected blankets to inoculate the Indians. So the very first letter, it gave the the idea, the Swiss idea, to genocide the American Indians with smallpox. So it was a Swiss idea indeed. Later, Derrico found a letter indicating Amherst was keen on the idea. Later on, the Baron thought, "Oh, this is a nice idea." There was from Amherst himself to Bouquet saying, "This is a good idea to spread smallpox. Just be careful you don't get it yourself," said Derrico. So he actually says it was a good idea, the Baron. This is what he said. You will do well to try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets, as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate this execrable race. By Field Marshal Geoffrey Amherst, the first Baron Amherst. So how many are there? This is the first one then. And the text of Amherst's letters reads, "You will do well to try to inoculate the Indians by means of blankets, as well as to try every other method that can serve to extirpate the execrable race. I should be very glad your scheme for hunting them down by dogs," the Swiss idea to go and hunt them dogs, your scheme, "take effect. But England is at too great a distance to think of that at present." Well, I know what it is, in Switzerland to be hunted down by them dogs there, That's what they did with me, Derrico wrote in his study of Amherst that none of these other letters show a deranged mind or an obsession with cruelty. Amherst's venom was only directed at indigenous peoples, he added. Oh, so where's the problem, Only some indigenous people, I mean, who cares, So, he was, none of the letters showed a deranged mind. So, this is the dangerous part, actually, because these people look so normal, and so neutral, and so clean, the Swiss, the nobility. They've never done anything wrong, haven't they? Have they now, Like Dr. Mengele, he looks so normal, a doctor, an intelligent man. He even did his PhD, a physician. You think, he helps people, he looks nice, he doesn't look like aggressive, and he acts normal, like all serial killers do, right? These are serial killers, these are psychopaths, You don't see it, They're neutral, they hide amongst us, and then they kill us all when the moment is right for it, That's the dangerous thing about it, So, and here in the Wikipedia about Geoffrey Amherst, the first Baron of Amherst, if I scroll down here into the, there's another picture of him. He even found himself a wife. Here, legacy. Here, look, there's so many places called after him. Amherstburg in Ontario. The General Amherst High School in Ontario. Yeah, Amherst in Massachusetts. Oh, that's why the professor talked about it. The whole university is called Amherst. Ah, he's a big hero then, Did a lot of good things, University of Massachusetts. There's even an Indian in it. Oh, they're so proud of it. Hey, don't matter. Hampshire College in Amherst, Massachusetts. So there's a town called Amherst. They were so glad with this guy, Amherst College, also in Massachusetts. Amherst in New Hampshire. Here another in Nova Scotia, Amherst. Amherst, New York, a town in state of New York, Amherst County in Virginia. So this is why in 2008 a Micmac spiritual leader, John Joe Sark, so an Indian, called the name of Fort Amherst Park of Prince Edward Island a terrible blotch on Canada, and said to have a place named after General Amherst would be like having that in the city of Jerusalem, probably like having a square in Jerusalem named after Adolf Hitler. It's disgusting. And Sark raised his concerns again in 2016 to a letter to the Canadian government, and the Micmac historian Daniel Paul, who referred to Amherst as motivated by white supremacist beliefs. And this is the sad thing about it. You know, it's the nobility, it's Swiss, and the whole white race, as usual, gets blamed of it. You know, everything, because people don't understand. It's Pharaoh, it's the Knights Templars, you know, and they did the same with the white people, with us. In the Middle Ages, we were the white race. We were slaves in a feudal system, and we still are. So it's so easy to say, you know, like the white people did it, or the jaywalkers did it, you know, or it's so easy like this, but it goes so far much deeper. So I mean, what's the use of the Indian medicine man and all these wizards if they can't even tell you what's really going on, eh? I mean, don't listen to the medicine man, I would say, eh? Just listen to Sean Hross. Okay. The Swiss idea worked out really well, and 100 million Indians got exterminated. Just like the Swiss Judenfrei of the Nazis, or free of humans on the entire globe, coming up very soon in the near future. So this metal plate was screwed on every wall, in every town or village that was liberated from the jaywalkers, when the last single one of them was gone. And here you see the Rotary Club wheel, and the whole thing is in a circle for the compass, and here is a square, and here is a square, so it says square and compass together with the rotary wheel, because with a compass you can make a circle. And as the Earls of Amherst were so proud of this endeavor of the first Baron Geoffrey Amherst, liberating the Americas from those uncivilized savages, just like the Nazi Lebensraum, eliminating all the subhumans, Untermensch, that the Amherst nobility proudly put 2 Indians on their coat of arms, celebrating Pharaoh's splendid victory over the indigenous adversary. Therefore, you can see the smallpox blankets covering the entire crest with 4 balls of the concept of 4, meaning us, the people, being dominated by them, who are depicted through the concept of 3, and 3 spears, and a red underground for the Pertasser, red house of Pharaoh, where the entire nobility originates from. So here you see the blankets hanging over the whole thing. Here's the concept of 4, The people are dominated, through like exterminating them and whatever. And here, of course, this is vertically, like reminding us, or them, a reference to the vertical rule, with a red underground for the pertasser, and the concept of three, which is them, the side of a pyramid, which is a triangle, which is them, the hierarchy of the pyramid. And the concept of four is the base of a pyramid, all the way down. That's us. And of those 100 million Indians, there were only 2 left. Like, sort of, like in a manner of speaking. And those 1 or 2 that are left, they are chained, so there's no more danger, they're enchained. Here it says something with virtue. I can't read this one here. It doesn't matter, it's always the same thing. Charming chaps, aren't they? And here, Lord Amherst had succeeded his uncle Geoffrey Amherst, the first Baron. I hope they're not like 100 or 200. Well, probably now there are like 10,000 of them, descendants. That was the first one. So we already know that one. The Geoffrey Amherst, there he is. The first Baron. What a hero, eh? In 1797, the latter, so this one here, the latter was a distinguished military commander. Wow. Best known as one of the victors of the French and Indian War. Wow, what a hero. In 1776, that was when America was made, he was raised to the peerage of Great Britain as Baron Amherst of Holmesdale in the county of Kent, with normal remainder to heirs male of his body. Yo, what a hero. There's no word about what he did, eh? All the endeavors, how he fought the Indians and he almost got killed, like, what a fantastic hero, That's how he's depicted in the coat of arms, and this is how he goes into history. Aristocratic coat of arms are like reading comics, telling the whole story of and by our masters. Here you can see the hero of the story, the first Baron of Amherst, and his mercenary Swiss, doing this to the Indians. Boom, pow, poof, splash, by using just one blanket. And this is about Pontiac War. They probably got their name from the car. And here he is, look. The policies of General Geoffrey Amherst, a British hero, it says, of the 7 Years' War, helped to provoke Pontiac's War. The British hero, can you believe it? Look, the British hero has a octagon, and he has a pharaonic sash in red for the pertasser, the red house of Pharaoh of Lower Egypt, where they all come from. And here's thinking, oh, the Swiss had a good idea with that blanket. That's what he's thinking, Here's some more images here. Here a massacre on the women. The Swiss squaw killer, like General Custer, he was called the squaw killer, and he was Swiss. So a little bit more down. Fort Pitt. Hey Brad, what are you doing there? Okay. The British hero with the sash. So this is about the siege of Fort Pitt. Now look, Fort Pitt is a star fort, you see that? It's the one I filmed in France, a whole star city. So this is probably where they got the idea of the Pentagon from. Look at this, it's a pentagon. And still about the affair about the biological warfare and the blankets. So this is here about Amherst letters. Letters between Amherst and the Swiss bouquet. General Amherst, July 8th. Could it not be contrived to send the smallpox amongst those disaffected tribes of Indians? Well, you can read it yourself. These are all letters which are still there, you know. It's all retraced, and a letter from July 19th, etc. And here they talk. Here, when Bouquet wrote to Écuyer. Now who's Écuyer? That's a French name, just like Bouquet. So I guess that Bouquet, from the French-speaking part of Swaziland, that Écuyer, he's also Swiss. It's full of Swiss. And I couldn't find it about the Fort Pitt. No Écuyer, so I had to go and look somewhere else. Oh, look, there he is, Captain Simeon Écuyer, Swiss by birth and commander of the British garrison at Fort Pitt. He was even the commander of Fort Pitt, so how come he's not in the Wikipedia about Fort Pitt? So it's full of Swiss, all the officers, you know. It's all octagon, it's the aristocracy and the Swiss. And the higher officers, they are all, it's the nobility, and then the colonels and the captains, they are Swiss, working for the nobility in this. Apparently Écuyer, the Swiss, he said, I see, well, he said this here, he couldn't sleep anymore because of the Indians. Not because they gave they did the genocide. No, that's after that was no problem sleeping. Hey, Swissy. The first Baron of Amherst, the Swiss Colonel Henri Bouquet, and the Swiss Captain Écuyer. Again, another example of how the Swiss and the nobility work together, just as in organizing World War II, explained in my video here on the same channel called The Nobility World Wars, or the Order of the Garter, with on one side the lion for the nobility and on the other side the unicorn for the Templars and their Swiss base, an image referring to their union and explained in this video here. So here this is referring to the Knights Templars and their Swiss base. This is referring to the nobility, the lion with the crown. In this video here, same channel, here's the title. And I remind you of yet some more Swiss mass murderers on Indians and Americans in the US of A, like the Swiss score killer General Custer in this video here on the channel GIUREH, and here's the channel. Swiss US General Custer, the squaw killer who Swiss cheesed Native American children in Indian genocide. I made it 7 years ago. Another Swiss genocider, and who is probably having a lot of offspring in America today, probably working in the CIA and on all key positions. There are 1 million of them today, Swiss Americans. Or the Swiss Captain Henry Wirtz, concentration camp commander on American soil, torturing and murdering many white Americans, whom you can see here lying on top of each other, like seeing Auschwitz. So the Swiss here, together with the nobility, doing the same thing on white Americans this time, just as they did on Indians, Koreans, Vietnamese, Muslims and whatnot. Swissy will never stop their endless genocides in union with Pharaoh's nobility. I made this also 7 years ago on my channel GIUREH. Here's the title: Swiss death camps in USA Helvetica Americana, and the St. Louis killer cops from Switzerland. And here, this video I made 8 years ago, still on GIUREH. US POWs and MIAs, Swiss internees in Switzerland's concentration camps. So the Swiss, they had special concentration camps, 3 of them, during the Second World War to torture and murder American pilots. In Vaux-Villarmoz, Les Diablerets, and there was another one, but you can see it in the video. Are like facts, and the facts show us that America has always practiced biological warfare on many peoples wherever they go. So a crime profiler would say that to a 99% certainty the US are behind Pharaoh's bug, which is going at the moment. And as America is being ruled by the Swiss Octagon and Pharaoh's worldwide nobility, I'm 100% sure that the Swiss Novartis company are behind the Wu flu. And Novartis has a bug lab in China, in the Wu flu area. So this video is here on my channel Homeland Security, and here's the title: Swiss Novartis files I can't pronounce this, connection Switzerland's human guinea pigs virus experiments. And they did guinea pigs experiments on Polish homeless with 25 people died. And here you can read it here, and this is the typical words being used in this part of the world. During the Korean War from 1950 to 1953, the US dropped infected insects over North Korea and China, which resulted in outbreaks of smallpox again, as smallpox seems to be a popular weapon by the US Army. And there were sudden outbreaks of cholera, the plague, and meningitis. All these virus outbreaks were very unusual, just as what's happening today with the Wu flu pharaonic bug. Same story. And in fact, insects were found in 1951 in North Korea that carried these deadly viruses: the smallpox, cholera, the plague, and meningitis. As the North Koreans had enough blankets of themselves, so they didn't have to give them just like they did to the Indians, then the United States Air Force emptied loads of infected insects over the indigenous population instead. Well, what was America doing there in the first place, in a country far away, which is not theirs, aggressing on other people? Well, we all know that through the paperclip, the Nazis left Germany and Europe, and they came into the United States, taking over key positions and all that. And they just continue to do what they do best, so to speak. I believe the Chinese. I mean, the proofs are all there. And yeah, the allegations. It has been proven now, eh? So smallpox here. This has happened with the little Asian children. There was cholera, yeah. Even the bubonic plague and meningitis. All made in America. Made in USA. In the very same year of 1951, the Swiss Octagon and their CIA poisoned the entire French town of Le Pont Saint-Esprit with Swiss-made LSD, killing many people. I visited Le Pont Saint-Esprit in this video here, on my channel Gatsevat, so this video here. The title is Remote Control Terrorists and CIA, all the rest. And also I made this video here, Le Pont Saint-Esprit, MK Ultra, also about this town here. I had another video, but it got deleted by the YouTube censorship. Here you can read in the 1951 Pont Saint-Esprit, it's all from 1951, they were very active, even in America, in San Francisco. And here you can read about it, the mass poisoning. Got poisoned with LSD in exactly the same time when the CIA was experimenting on LSD, with LSD, concerning the MK Ultra brainwashing experiment. And even on their own people, the US Army used biological weapons, thus killing many Americans, which also happened in the year 1951. I guess 1951 was a busy bioweapon year for the US Army. Korea, France, San Francisco, and whatnot. I'll read it for you. In 1950, so also 1951, the US released a bioweapon in San Francisco. This was one of hundreds of bioweapon simulations carried out in the 1950s and 1960s. This case of using bioweapons inside the US on American citizens has been officially confirmed by the US military. They finally had to. So it's clear who exactly is behind the other cases in Korea, France and China. December 2019, the Wu flu. The Army Code of the attack in San Francisco was Operation Sea Spray, when from 1950 to 1960 at 293 different places in the United States of America, the US Army released infected clouds of bacteria and viruses over entire American cities, killing many people and leaving hundreds of thousands very sick, like in 1950 in San Francisco. So here it says here how the US government tested biological warfare on America. Well, I'll let you read it. I'll just take out a couple of things here. Yeah, it says biological warfare, but you better read everything, eh? The film will get too long if I would. So I just punch pause in the film. So I'll just read you this part here. San Francisco's bacteria fiasco. A confidential government report written in 1951. There we go again, 1951. Special report number 142, Biological Warfare Trials at San Francisco, California, the 20th until 27th September 1950. Maps out the details of the city's top secret bacteria bombing. Through the tests, officials sought to accomplish three objectives: to study the offensive possibilities of attacking a seaport city with a biological warfare aerosol, to highlight the vulnerability of the country's defense against such attacks, and to gain data on how bacteria affected a population. So I mean, you know, if they try this out 1950 on the even on their own citizens, of course they're going to use it, you know, and which they did in Korea in 1951 and in France 1951. Nowhere in the report was the welfare of San Franciscans mentioned. The tests proceeded without knowledge or consent from the public. On the 20th, just 3 days after the 49ers made their NFL debut, the US Army was deployed to San Francisco and began secretly showering the city with bacteria. Over a course of 8 days, a ship puttered along the shoreline of the bay, releasing massive clouds of 2 different pathogens, both of which were supposedly non-pathogenic, yet realistic simulants that might be used in an attack. In total, 6 experimental warfare attacks were carried out, 4 with Bacillus globigi and 2 with Serratia marcescens. You know, Serratia, there's the word Tsar in it, king, just like the other Sarkov bug, what we have now, and marcescens, it's mer for, you know, a pyramid. Bacillus is ba, it's the soul when the soul when you're dead. It's full of pharaonic words. So Serratia marcescens, known for its blood red coloration, is one of 2 bacteria sprayed over San Francisco in 1950. The army blasted these chemicals in a 30-minute spurt, producing huge clouds up to 2 miles in length, then proceeded to collect and assess dozens of samples of various collection spots across the city. As noted in the report, various aspects of each of the 6 tests were scrupulously monitored. The time, the temperature, the wind speed, the humidity, but the most important factor seemed to be brushed over: the well-being of the people being sprayed. The samples collected yielded counts that gave some indication of how much bacteria was being inhaled. According to Leonard Cole, author of the biological warfare book Clouds of Secrecy, it was quite a bit. Nearly all of San Francisco received 500 particle minutes per liter. In other words, nearly Every one of 800,000 people in San Francisco exposed to the cloud. 1 million people got sick, people. 800,000 people in San Francisco exposed to the cloud at normal breathing rate, which is 10 liters per minute. Inhaled 5,000 or more particles per minute during the several hours that they remained airborne. Since the Army's bacteria presented similar dosage patterns, he continues, San Francisco residents were inhaling millions of bacteria and particles every day during the week of the testing. San Francisco residents' safety was wholly brushed over in the report, which promptly concluded it's entirely feasible to attack a seaport city with biological warfare aerosol. Well, which they, of course, they did in Korea. There's a lot of coastline in Korea, and you can read here a lot of people started coughing and they got sick. Even people died. Many people died. I mean, there's still the okay, so I'm looking for the here, the aftermath. San Francisco's incident, they call it an incident, was just one of 293 bacterial attacks staged by the United States government in America between 1950 and 1969. It was neither the most heinous nor the deadliest. So one person died in San Francisco, and this was not the most heinous and not the most deadliest in America. Can you imagine? So in 1955, as an experiment, between brackets, the CIA sprayed whooping cough bacteria over Tampa Bay, Florida. Whooping cough cases in the area subsequently increased from 339 and 1 death in 1954 and 12 deaths in 1955. This is just tip of the iceberg, eh? Probably hundreds of thousands of people died, and they don't even talk about the homeless. But no hard evidence has ever surfaced linking the two incidents. No, of course not. It's the government. The government can't condemn the government, eh? In an infamous 1966 test, federal agents crushed light bulbs containing trillions of bacteria on the New York subway, exposing thousands of rush hour commuters. The government never followed up to see how many people fell ill. Before a crowd at Fort Detrick in 1969, that's why they make all this stuff. Well, and so on and so forth. Hey. So who's behind the Wu flu, people? Are you gonna believe what the media wants to make you believe, all the time? That the Chinese are building up their army, they're so dangerous, and they do this crazy marching, and don't believe the media, people. If the media show a thing like this, and the media lie, then just take the opposite of it, and then you get the truth. So the truth is, China doesn't do these things. The history is telling you, and these are facts, yeah? That the US government, so I don't say the Americans anymore, because most of the American people are okay. They're more than okay. But they should stand up against this and don't believe all the fairy tales of the media and President Bush and President Biden and the rest of these puppeteers. The US government has no problems in testing and using bioweapons on Americans, eventually killing them under excruciating pains, making it further clear who is behind the lethal poisoning of Special FBI agent Tom O'Loughlin as the US government has confirmed to poison their own people with various bioweapons and cancer-creating poisons. So here you see in the picture Tom O'Loughlin, Kennedy's man of the SEXA detachment. And here again Kennedy's FBI man Tom O'Loughlin being TDY in the Pentagon, trying to find the military connections responsible for the opium imports from Southeast Asia into the USA by the military and the CIA. So they poisoned the good man and they killed his boss in the White House too. In order for the Octagon to sell all the drugs from Southeast Asia, from South America and from Afghanistan, it needed a whole bunch of young and stupid consumers and a marketing strategy. So the nobility's ever and ever increasing offspring could also get rich and parasite on it. So it needed propaganda with fun and laughter to open the mental door, with good music to open the mental door even broader, and with easy sex to open the physical and moral door, in order to get the youth prepared both mentally and physically for extensive drugs consume and pay for the product, which got known under the name of sex, drugs and rock and roll of the hippie era. A word Pharaoh's media and social engineering had already prepared, repeating it all the time. Back then, the daily narrative was Vietnam War, drugs and music. Today, 2022, the narrative is chaos, end times, the antidote and the bug war. This technique is called repetitive political indoctrination through PSYOP and social engineering. So the Octagon of the Nazi Templars ordered their military-industrial complex to have the drugs program executed and trap the people's youth using this wicked strategy, because the drugs industry is an important branch of the military-industrial complex. Therefore, the military-industrial complex had their elite children taught various new musical instruments, like electric guitars and electric pianos, and set up all the recording studios in and around Laurel Canyon in Los Angeles, where all the military sons and daughters came and live as well in and around Laurel Canyon, and became the angels of death, like the unseen Pied Piper. Therefore, the father of Jim Morrison of the Doors was a US Navy admiral who was there at the Tonkin Gulf accident, conveniently leading to the Vietnam War by the Octagon's Admiral George Stephen Morrison. By the way, his son, the famous Jim Morrison of the Doors, called himself the Lizard King, and I can do anything. And you'll remember the half-open door I filmed in that creepy Templar commandery, which you can see in this video here on the same channel. The doors, with music and laughter, they open up your inner door, and even your inner doors into drugs, abusive sex, addiction, and satanic rituals. The doors. This is what they mean with it, the doors. Here's the title, here on my channel, same channel. So, here you can read it in Wikipedia. George Stephen Morrison, United States Navy, a Rear Admiral. I wonder what the front looks like, eh? Gulf of Tonkin incident. He was the father of Jim Morrison. Oh, there he is. Well, the eyes are the same, look at that. And I'll put it in the links for you in the description. Yeah, the personal life. Morrison met and married Clara Virginia Clark in Hawaii in 1942. Their son Jim Morrison, later lead singer of rock band The Doors, was born in late 1943 in Melbourne, Florida, where they lived at the time while stationed at Naval Air Station Melbourne. They also had a daughter, and so forth. It's all the hippie movement, the music, it was all by the military industrial complex. Frank Zappa, he once said, politics is the entertainment division of the military industrial complex. Well, how come a musician is saying these sort of things? Music and military industrial complex, it doesn't really fit together, does it now? Well, that's because Frank Zappa's father was a chemical warfare specialist in the CIA's MK Ultra brainwashing program. So, they feel so sure of themselves, and also because humanity is really so stupid. They can just rub it into our eyes, rub it into our faces. They can say whatever they want and people will not wake up. Here, this is Wikipedia on Frank Zappa, which is an Italian, a Sicilian name. So, yeah. Childhood. Zappa was born on December 21st. Winter solstice, the magic. 1940 in Baltimore, Maryland. His mother, Rose Marie, born Collymore, was of Italian, Neapolitan and Sicilian and French ancestry. His father, whose name was anglicized to Francis Vincent Zappa, was an immigrant from Partinico, Sicily, with Greek and Arab ancestry. You can see that, eh? Frank, the eldest of 4 children, was raised in an Italian-American household where Italian was often spoken by his grandparents. The family moved often because his father, a chemist and mathematician, worked in the defense industry. After a time in Florida in the 1940s, the family returned to Maryland, where Zappa's father worked at the Edgewood Arsenal Chemical Warfare. Wow, there we go, eh? Chemical warfare. He was probably also in it, doing the attack on San Francisco and in France and Korea. And so the Edgewood Arsenal Chemical Warfare Facility of the Aberdeen Proving Ground, run by the US Army. Yeah, that's the same. Due to their home's proximity to the arsenal, which stored mustard gas, gas masks were kept in the home in case of an accident. So you say his father is Sicilian. So here we are back to the Mafia and CIA connection. It's everywhere, you know. And they don't talk, of course, about the Alps and the Octagon. So here you can see Frank Zappa's father from Partinico, Sicily. Here's a picture. No, yes it does. And so here you can see someone born in the land of the Mafia, and where the most Templar commanderies are in the world, and who started to work for the CIA and the Octagon. This is not a coincidence, no. Frank Zappa's manager, Herb Cohen, was an ex-US Marine, and he was in Africa's Congo working for the CIA, somehow involved in the killing of the Congo's leftist Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. Here you can see Cohen was born in New York after a period in the army, and he was the manager of Frank Zappa and the rest of them here. So he was not only a negotiator for the famous rock stars of the military-industrial complex, but here, Herb Cohen, he was also a negotiator for the Department of State, the FBI, the CIA, and the US Department of Justice. Patrice Lumumba, and he was killed in 1961. He has a good face, you know. The Octagon, they make sure they murder all the good people. Especially presidents and John F. Kennedy and everything. Yeah. So the 2001 report by the Belgian Commission describes, this is about the United States involvement. It describes previous US and Belgian plots to kill Lumumba. Among them was a Central Intelligence Agency sponsored attempt to poison him. You remember Tom O'Loughlin? They poisoned people. So this is a fact that they poison people, even their own people. And the US President Dwight Eisenhower, a Swiss Eisenhower, authorized the assassination of Lumumba in 1960. However, the plot to poison him was abandoned. The CIA chemist Sidney Gottlieb, he says God loves him. It means God and love. What a name for a guy using poisons for the CIA. A key person in the plan devised a poison resembling a toothpaste. And in September 1960, Gottlieb brought a vial of the poison to the Congo, probably with the help of this negotiator Herb Cohen, negotiating for the rock groups and for the CIA, with plans to place it on Lumumba's toothbrush. The plot was abandoned, allegedly because Larry Devlin, CIA Station Chief for the Congo, refused permission. Well, and so on. I mean, the CIA is there; they are deep in it. In 1975, the Church Committee, who's that? They're also in it. went on record with the finding that CIA Chief Alan Dulles had ordered Lumumba's assassination as an urgent and prime objective. The committee later found that while the CIA had sponsored to kill Lumumba, it was not directly involved in the murder. Oh, really? In 2013, you see, it's still going on. You know, it happened in 1961, and they're still not the end of it. Because they hide it. All these government criminals, CIA and the Octagon, Swaziland, they hide things, you know. The US State Department admitted that President Eisenhower authorized the murder of Lumumba. However, documents released in 2017, I mean, this is 5 years ago, revealed that an American role in Lumumba's murder was only under consideration by the CIA. CIA Chief Alan Dulles had allocated $100,000, which was a lot more in those days, to accomplish the act. Well, they're deeply involved in it. It's the Octagon, they use everything, the Mafia, the hippie movement, it's all one thing. Frank Zappa's wife, Gail Zappa, maiden name Adelaide Slootman, was together with Jim Morrison in kindergarten, and her father, from a long line of US naval officers, was a nuclear weapons researcher in the US Navy. It says in Wikipedia. So this is Gail Zappa. You know, they're all one big family. All pharaohs. All their parents are high officers, admirals and generals. Adelaide Gail Slootman, here, early life, was born in Philadelphia to John Klein Slootman. Klein, it means small. A German or a Swiss German name, who was a second generation German-American and nuclear physicist with the United States Navy. And Laura Freitas was born in Honolulu of Portuguese ancestry. That's probably the mother. So he was a nuclear physicist in the United States Navy. I mean, that's not nothing, eh? These are high officers and in MK Ultra, nuclear physicists, etc. So he was second generation. Okay. Yeah, this is in Laurel Canyon. Gail Zappa. So she died. And born Adelaide Gail Slootman in 1945. She grew up in California and reportedly attended kindergarten with Jim Morrison of the Doors. Her father, who was a nuclear weapons researcher, relocated the family to London during her teenage years. There she is. Or there she was. John Phillips from the Mamas and the Papas. His father was the US Marine Captain Claude Andrew Phillips of the Military Intelligence Complex. So here you see the Mamas and the Papas, the music group from the hippie era, and and here we'll see his father, early life. Phillips was born August 30, 1935 in Parris Island, South Carolina. His father, Claude Andrew Phillips, was a retired United States Marine Corps officer and who later went into the Military Intelligence Complex. And Phillips even went to the United States Naval Academy. Oh, look at this. It has 2 times the faces, you know, the whole bundle together. It means where we go one, we go all. Let's keep it in America then, eh? And so how come all these musicians, I mean, music is about love, they were singing about love, how come they were all in military academies, their fathers were generals and admirals, how come, eh? Well, this is Octagon. They use any means, you know, to get money, to parasite on us, to influence us, to manipulate us, and to rule the world. I mean, in a way, they ruled the world with music in these years. It influenced billions of people, and still does. It's all in the names, like the doors, as I've shown you before, of the Templar Commandery, those doors, and the mamas and the papas, because all the 60s musicians, their mamas and papas, were in the military. Otherwise, it's quite a strange name for a pop band, huh? Especially in this era where they were rather advocating not to make any children at all, you know, and to have free sex, have fun all your life, and the worst thing that can happen to you is have a baby. So, you know, why the mamas and the papas? Well, because they were making children, only the rest of us didn't anymore. It's all a setup. John Phillips' wife, Susie Adams, and sister Rosie, so Rosie Phillips, the sister of John Phillips, they both worked in the Pentagon. And Susie Adams was a descendant of US President John Adams. Now they're all one family. And they sing for us. Wow. Enough charming ladies in the Pentagon to offer FBI agent Thomas O'Loughlin a poisoned cup of coffee filled with cancer-provoking agents in it, with Frank Zappa's father, a chemical warfare specialist. Now, remember, the Octagon members of this conspiracy all had their children living in Laurel Canyon, so they all knew each other, including the parents who had set it all up in the first place, those mamas and papas, right? So apparently this is John Phillips, and this here is the military connection. And after leaving Annapolis, so it's about John Phillips, this is John Phillips here. After leaving Annapolis, John married Susie Adams, you know, working for the Pentagon and a descendant of a US president. A direct descendant of the founding father, John Adams. Susie's father, James Adams Jr., had been involved in what Susie described as cloak and dagger stuff with the Air Force in Vienna. Was that Vienna, Austria? Or what we like to call covert intelligence operations. Susie herself would later find employment at the Pentagon. Of course, her father found her a job, huh? Alongside John Phillips' older sister, Rosie, also got a job in the Pentagon. It's just one family. It's like working in a pizza restaurant. Oh yeah, I've got a brother, you know, a small brother, he can cut up the pizzas or he cut up the tomatoes, yeah. But these guys, they cut up something else what is red. Who dutifully reported to work at the complex for nearly 30 years. So you see, you know, that the sister of John Adams, of the mamas and the papas, and these papas and mamas all working for the military-industrial complex, she worked 30 years for the Pentagon. And you believe it when they're singing about love? Come on, people. John's mother, Dean Phillips, also worked for most of her life for the federal government in some unspecified capacity, and John's older brother, Tommy, was a battle-scarred former US Marine who found work as a cop on the Alexandria police force, albeit one with a disciplinary record for exhibiting a violent streak when dealing with people of color. A charming family, isn't it? Here, there's some more about naval station here. Well, they made nice music. I mean, otherwise they couldn't have sold it, you know, the whole program. This is Mackenzie Phillips, probably his sister or his wife. These are the this is the Pentagon girls, eh? Wow. Did Special Agent O'Loughlin find out something too much, like the Pentagon setting up the hippie movement, since he was TDY working at the Pentagon with a special assignment to investigate the connection between the drugs trade and the military-industrial complex? Now, you be a good boy, Mr. O'Loughlin, and drink up your coffee while it's still warm. You're in the Pentagon, Mr. O'Loughlin, so you don't have to worry. All the doors are closed and guarded. SACSA, meaning Special Assistant for Counterintelligence and Special Activities. When does a soldier become expendable, eh? Well, if so, you just invite him for a cup of coffee, the so-called Judas cup. So this is Mama Cass Elliot, another singer of the Mamas and the Papas, and she was born Ellen Naomi Cohen, just like the other Herb Cohen, the CIA guy and manager of Frank Zappa. Across Mama Cass Elliott's home were murdered Abigail Folger and Wojtek Frykowski by the Manson family, is what they say. John spent time in Havana, so John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, in the era of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So there's a lot of peculiar coincidences in all this hippie era with fathers and mothers of the military industrial complex. Too many. It's all related to war, MK Ultra, blood. And Ellen Naomi Cohen was born in Baltimore, Maryland in 1941, the daughter of Bess née Levine and Philip Cohen. All four of her grandparents were Russian jaywalker immigrants. And she died very young. Her death. That night, Elliot, aged 32, died in her sleep at the London flat where she was staying. A heart failure. You know, the death was the autopsy. The forensic pathologist, he said it was a heart failure. Typical CIA stuff, eh? Maybe she got remorse. And 4 years later, the Who's drummer Keith Moon died in the same room. And he was also 32. So many unbelievable coincidences. And every time there's a connection with the army. And death and murder. Just look at this hippie symbol popping up all over, all of a sudden and seemingly out of nowhere, but heavily boosted by Pharaoh's media. This so-called peace symbol does not stand for peace at all, but it means square and compass. We Freemasons have it all under control. The circle represents the compass and concept of 3, because with a compass one makes a circle, and inside the circle is a 90-degree square and concept of 4. We are the concept of 4 and trapped by them inside the concept of 3. The square is inside the circle, and the square is divided into 2 parts for male and female in this hippie era of sexual equality revolution. So here, this is exactly 90 degrees. So when you see 90 degrees and you say, well, you know enough, you know? And there's a circle for the compass. So we are the concept of 4, the square, and we're trapped in the circle. Male and female, all together, and they're equal. The parts are equal for male and female. Stephen Stills of Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young was raised at US military bases in Central America, and he had a song called Bluebird, as in the MK Ultra program Bluebird. It says mind control programs by the CIA, and they started with Project Bluebird in 1951. There we are again, 1951. They were very busy, and they still are, people. There he is, Stephen Stills, the famous musician. He looks a bit like Alex Jones. And here is song Bluebird, number 7. Another one of their coincidences. And here in Wikipedia, Stephen Stills. And oh, he's got a French wife, Véronique Sanson. He's a so-called political activist. I'll forget it. Here, the early years. Stills was born in Dallas, and he was raised in a military family, it says. He moved around as a child and developed an interest. He was also influenced by Latin music, and spending his youth in Costa Rica, the Panama Canal Zone, and he attended the Admiral Farragut Academy. It was a military academy. Another one. David Crosby's father was Major Floyd Delafield Crosby of the Military Intelligence and Annapolis Naval Academy graduate. The Crosby family produced U.S. senators, congressmen, governors, mayors, judges, Civil War generals, Declaration of Independence signers, and if America had royalty, he would be a duke or a prince. And well, as I've proven you now, America is still being ruled by the nobility. So here you can see the singer, very famous, David Crosby, here a bit older, and his father was a relative of the Van Rensselaer family, and descended, and his mother, granddaughter of Bishop of Pittsburgh, Cortland Whitehead, descended from the prominent Van Cortlandt family. And here, if you look at the Rensselaer family, you see a coat of arms, you know, with 3 crowns, 3 octagon stars. There's a Swiss cross or a Maltese cross, and there are 3 Templar V's. 3 is, of course, the concept of 3, which is them. And in the sort of castle thing, like here, there's the concept of 4 on top and the concept of 3 below. Well, if you look at it in white, it's the concept of 3 on top, which is them, and the concept of 4 below. But if you look at it in red, it's the other way around, altogether making 7. And it says here, his father was a filmmaker, Floyd Crosby, here. So he was also in the propaganda business, and to change our heads. So here's his father, Floyd Delafield Crosby, a major, ASC filmmakers. And he was the father of the musician David Crosby. There you go. And the Rensselaer family, the nobility. This is about his career. He did a lot of movies, Hollywood movies. So he's definitely part of the social engineering. I mean, it changed humanity, all these Hollywood films. Right? And he was in the US Army Air Corps, making videos and flight training films in World War II. And this is, of course, quite near to this is social engineering. This is also used for intelligence, you know, video making and filming enemy positions and all that. Major. Again, the military-industrial complex and the hippie movement and the hippie music of the 60s. It was a very big industry, and so it's part of the military-industrial complex. The musician Jackson Browne was born in a military hospital in Heidelberg, Germany, and his father was in the OSS and precursor of the CIA. So here's the famous musician. They're all pictures showing them a little bit older, and here you can see. So Browne was born in 1948 in Heidelberg, Germany. So if there's an American, you know, like getting born in Germany, you know, there's this military family, eh? Where his father, Clyde Jack Browne, an American serviceman, was stationed for his job assignment with the Stars and Stripes newspaper. So that's, of course, it's propaganda, and it's very near. It would be a good camouflage for an agent, you know, to work at the Stars and Stripes. And of course, it's difficult to find the proofs of that he was in the OSS. And his sister, Burbie Browne, was born in Nuremberg. And guess who also came from Nuremberg? Another famous American, also of the entertainment industry, where they do the social engineering on the minds of our children. From another military family. Oh look, there she is, Sandra Bullock. They're all from the military-industrial complex in the entertainment industry, whether it be music or Hollywood films. And early life, yeah, she was born 1964, and her father who was in charge of the Army's military postal service in Europe, was stationed in Nuremberg, just as where the sister of Jackson Browne, where she was born, probably at the same time, right? When he met her mother, her parents married in Germany. Bullock's maternal grandfather was a German rocket scientist from Nuremberg. Oh, talking about the paperclip project Paperclip. The family returned to Arlington, where her father worked with the Army Material Command. All key positions, Army Material Command is a key position. Army's military postal service is. And you all remember where the World Postal Service are. They are in Bern, Switzerland. I made a video about that in my channel, Hatzefatz. Before becoming a contractor for the Pentagon. So he became a contractor for the Pentagon. And for those who don't know what a contractor is, a contractor has made a contract, for a certain period. So he's not really working for the Pentagon. But, if he gets killed somewhere in the world, like there were a lot of contractors in former special forces, like in Iraq and Afghanistan, they got 10 times higher wages than a normal soldier. But they are expendable, and it doesn't make any political scandals in the newspapers like there's an American soldier killed, because they are no American soldiers. They are a contractor. The Russians, they use them as well in the genocide almost on the Chechen people. In Russian they call them kontraktniki. They were the worst. And the Russians, even killers and all that, they took them out of prisons so they could go and continue to kill children and women in Chechnya. That was Mr. Putin behind this. He's a very dangerous man, Mr. Putin. He's not as nice, as he looks like with, telling all his jokes and all that. He's behind killing many children and women in Chechnya, using the kontraktniki. So he was a contractor, it says, contractor for the Pentagon. So it means he was a Pentagon assassin. I mean, that's it. A contractor is an assassin. So again, Sandra Bullock, also military industrial complex. There's a link to Nuremberg. She lived for 12 years. Bullock was raised in Nuremberg and grew up speaking German. She speaks perfect German. And she was in the Steiner school, the Waldorf school, just as my children were in. Jerry Beckley of the band America, America. His father was the commander of the United States Air Force Base Ruislip near London in England, where he met the other band members Dan Peake and Dewey Burnell, who were, of course, also sons of career Air Force officers. No wonder they called the band America. It's all propaganda. Look, already in these days they're doing the devil's horns. See? Already back then. There he is, Jerry Beckley, born in 1952. And a founding member of the band America. There they are. And an American father and an English mother. And in 1967, Beckley's father became the commander of the United States Air Force Base at West Ruislip. So that's a high grade, yeah. At least you'll be a colonel, usually a colonel to be the commander of a base. So they're all their fathers, all high officers, admirals, generals, CIA, OSS, Army Intelligence, even the commander of a United States Air Force base, so where this guy grew up, and where of course he met the other members of the group. And so this is all part of the octagon. Michael Nesmith of the Monkees inherited the family fortune of $25 million, and he served in the US Air Force. So that's him. Maybe you remember the Monkees. Hey, hey, I'm the Monkees. So here it says he enlisted in the US Air Force and complete basic training at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. Was trained as an aircraft mechanic at Shepherd Air Force Base in Wichita Falls, and was permanently stationed at the Sherman Air Force Base near Burns Flat in Oklahoma. The band name, the Monkees. Remember what I told you about Planet of the Apes in my brachycephalic craniometry film. Here's the title, and this is the channel. Why the name the Monkees? It's a bit strange, isn't it? Well, as a group or a person, you don't want to be referred to as being a monkey, do you know? So, well, you see there are 4 of them for the concept of 4, and he's holding up 3 fingers, him as well. So it does say the concept of 3 and the concept of 4, and it says square and compass. Graham Parsons of the Flying Burrito Brothers, his father was Air Force Major Cecil Ingram, nicknamed Coon Dog. Here he is, Graham Parsons, the musician. They were all the heroes of the 60s and the 70s, and yeah, the Flying Burrito Brothers. And yeah, Graham's father, Ingram Connor II, was a famous World War II flying ace decorated with the Air Medal, who was present at the 1941 attack on Pearl Harbor. Yeah, his name was Coon Dog. The name of the band is a reference to the Templar fraternity here, flying for the Air Force, like the Flying Brothers or the Flying Fraternity. So, in fact, Americans sing about love and peace, and simultaneously murder millions all over the world. They even call it Vietnam War music, the sound of a murderous nation. Jimi Hendrix was a paratrooper of the 101st U.S. Airborne. He died at 27, so he belongs to the club of 27. He would have probably lived longer if he would have stayed in the regular army as a regular soldier, instead of becoming a music soldier for them. There he is. And so this is Wikipedia, and here it says military service. He was in the 101st Airborne Division at Fort Campbell. Jimi Hendrix and Jim Morrison were both great fans of Aleister Crowley, the English Satanist who had a temple in Sicily. Alan Wilson of Canned Heat died at 27, together with the others of the Club of 27, and all of them related to Laurel Canyon, the Pentagon setup. So here you can see him, Alan Wilson of the band Canned Heat. There they are, playing. And here it says he died at 27. Why did they all die at 27? And there is a reason for that, which I will explain to you. Well, because the 27th degree in Scottish Rite Freemasonry is being symbolized by a pentagram, the thing Satanists use. The 27th degree's name is the Night of the Sun. Therefore, 60s songs like The House of the Rising Sun. And it's here where all the higher degrees start, which all have Templar symbols, starting with the 28th Knight Commander of the Temple. It is therefore here one can see that Freemasonry comes out of the Knights Templars, who still rule over Freemasonry, which is in fact still a military order. Therefore, all the death at 27, because the 27th degree, where the military degrees start, stands for the Pentagon, or a pentagram, who are behind the 60s hippie era of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Circle closed. We can all see this thing is pentagonal. 5. Penta, it means 5 in Greek, so there are 5 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sides. And this is where the whole hippie era music era where it came from. And that's why you almost see the hippie symbol here, except these two here don't belong to it, but this here, it's exactly the hippie symbol here. You know, this is a square here, and instead of with these ones here, there's a circle. You know, this is where they took it from, right? The hippie symbol, because it says square, and here's a compass, you know, where they walk around just like in Mecca or whatever. You know, you see them almost. You know, you see the persons walking around here, and this looks like a black cube almost. You know, so there are too many references, you know where it all comes from, and I can guarantee you that this is it. You know, pentagonal, just like the 27th degree in Freemasonry. And here you can see, if you take these, that and that away, you see the hippie symbol here. Not a coincidence, people. They always leave a sign or a symbol or a reference somewhere. They just, you know, it's too strong for them. You know, they just have to do it. It's you know, it's compulsory. It's compulsive. You know. So this is what we saw inside the Pentagon. I mean, this symbol is integrated inside the court of the Pentagon. Only there's one more lane here, one more here, and this is pentagonal. But there is a circle inside, but this is definitely in there. And why does it always have to be a Volkswagen? You know, it's a Nazi car developed by the Nazis. It means das Volk, ein Wagen für das Volk. It's a car for the people. Why always Volkswagen? Well, paperclip, people. The Nazis won the war, and they took over the Pentagon. The Swiss octagon rules over Pentagon. I made a film about it with this title, a long film, but YouTube took it off. It was on my channel GIUREH. Too bad. So here once more, this is the Pentagon in the United States. So it's the arrows going to number 27, the Night of the Sun, the House of the Rising Sun. So from here on it's rising here, and they're all Templar symbols. This is the House of the Rising Sun, number 27. And this is interesting. Here it says Noachide of Prussian Knight. You remember the brachycephalic skull form of the Prussians, and this is because of the Teutonic Knights, because the Teutonic Knights area, it became Prussia, with the same sort of Swiss military mentality. And just have a good look at these ones here. You know, he has a double-headed eagle here, a double birdie, and here's sort of a crown on it. But have a good look at this, and these, and this, and this, and this, because I'm going to show that to you now. So there are like 4 T's, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here as well. Just remind you of this. So this is why they all died at 27, and I'm not sure if they died, and if they died, if they did die, it was a satanic ritual related to the Knights Templars and the Freemasons. So above the Pentagon, that's why they chose the name Pentagon for the US military. They're all military grades here, and below it's more esoteric stuff here, you know, with the key and the key to wisdom, and you know, the square, the compass here, triangles. But from the Pentagon upwards it becomes all military, because the Maltese order and some Knights Templars and Teutonic Knights orders, they have this symbol as well. Just remind you, I'm going to show it to you now. So as we're closing the circle, we're back in Sicily with the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, and this is their coat of arms. And here you see this symbol in it, which I asked you to remember. So we're back, you know, Jim Morrison and Aleister Crowley and Jimi Hendrix all believing in this. And so we're back in Sicily and like closing the circle. And they've got some more. This is all the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, but then in a different place, you know. This is Naples here, and this is Regno di Sicilia. But it's this I wanted to show you. Here, there we are. Well, of course, here's an octagon, which is the Kingdom of Two Sicilies, Contado di Molise. So it's you know, for each province they have a different one, and the big one, it combines them all. So here's that symbol, you know, the 28th grade, and of course this is a square. So now we are back, closing the circle. We're back in Sicily, and where Aleister Crowley had his temple, the Knights Templars, which is the Pentagon, the Nazi Templars, octagon, and Jimi Hendrix and Jim Morrison believing in Aleister Crowley, who was in Sicily and who died at the age of 27, which is the Pentagon. So we're all getting back to this this symbol here with the 4 T's, or the Tau symbol actually. There's nothing which is a coincidence. Absolutely nothing. Singer Phil Ochs did Staunton Military Academy, and it has been said that he was CIA. Here, Phil Ochs. There he is, a musician. And here it shows from 1956 to 1958, Ox was a student at the Staunton Military Academy in rural Virginia. So it looks like it, you know, either by their parents or in a naval academy or being in the army, they get discovered as musicians. So they get drafted by the Pentagon to become music soldiers. I guess that's what happened. So his father Jack was drafted in the army in World War II, where he treated soldiers, the Battle of the Bulge. But okay, I mean, many more people had to go into the war. But this guy went freely to the Staunton Military Academy, where of course they have a good look at their students, how they can use them. And if they have music in this era, when they had musical abilities or talents, it opened all the way by the Pentagon, but they made him die at 27. The Pentagon, the 27 Pentagon. There were, additionally to this all, many curious deaths around Laurel Canyon, which of course I can't tell you all, but quite a lot apparently. A lot of sacrifices going on. The father of actor Peter Fonda was a decorated US Naval Intelligence officer during World War II, and when Peter was 10, his mother, Frances Ford Seymour, was found dead with a sliced throat. Then 8 months later, Father Frank married again to Susan Blanchard for just a year to dump her for the Italian Countess of Dera Franchetti, a consultant of Italian dictator Mussolini, called Il Duce, meaning the Duke. Well, that goes well together with the Countess of Dera Franchetti. So, here about early life. Here it says Henry Fonda and his wife Frances Ford Seymour. They say their mother committed suicide. They don't say about the sliced throat. Well, I don't think a woman would commit suicide with this, by slicing her throat. And they found her. Nobody knows that it was a suicide. Okay, that's the internet. So here's his father. He made videos or films like Jezebel. Well, you need a certain knowledge, to make a video, a film, a Hollywood film called Jezebel. Because Jezebel is a demon. It's called the sex demon. Like this guy here, marrying one woman after the other, going for the countess, and his wives being found with a sliced throat. All these things Jezebel actually does. And you can see when he was in the United States Navy. Here. He was later commissioned as a lieutenant junior grade in air combat intelligence. So you see he was in the naval intelligence. After being discharged from active duty due to an overage in rank, Fonda was transferred to the Naval Reserve, serving another 3 years. Another one. They're all in the naval intelligence, being admirals, generals. It's very suspicious. So this is still Wikipedia of Henry Fonda here, the father of Peter Fonda. And later in 1950, Fonda married Susan Blanchard, his mistress. She was 21 years old. And then she dumped her, which is in here as well. And in 1957, Fonda married the Italian Baroness Abdera Franchetti, or Franchetti, I don't know how to say this. There. Abdera Franchetti, born July 8, 1931, is an Italian baroness, descendant from an old jaywalker family of Venice, which intermarried with the Rothschild family and who eventually converted to Roman Catholicism. She's most famous for being the fourth wife of American actor Henry Fonda. So you see, there's jaywalker nobility. You know, I mean, all peoples have nobility, and they're all pharaohs. And she was apparently the a consultant of the Italian dictator Mussolini. And remember how the Swiss made Mussolini, who lived 2 years in Swaziland before the war, where the Swiss taught him and making all the context there in the motherland of it all. So there's a picture of him, Mussolini, and here he emigrates into Switzerland. 1902, Mussolini, he emigrated to Swaziland, and he was in Fribourg, Bern. He was a stonemason, or I guess he was also another sort of a mason. Eh? He even met Vladimir Lenin. Look at that. He was also in Switzerland for, I think, for 20 years at least. They all were. And, well, you can read it yourself. This is the base of it all. Eh? They own the Pentagon. The father of actor Dennis Hopper was in the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, in Burma, China, and India during World War II. So here's Wikipedia, Dennis Hopper. There he is, Mr. Hopper. And this is about his father here. And his James Millett Hopper was his father, and his father was a post office manager, having previously served in the Office of Strategic Services, the precursor to the Central Intelligence Agency in World War II, in China and in Burma. So, and it's quite possible that after the war he was still working for the CIA as well, which is what they normally do. Sharon Tate here, the wife of the Polish jaywalker pedophile Roman Polanski, got murdered by the Manson family, and her father was Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tate of the US Army Intelligence. So here's Sharon Tate. Shar on. Sar, it means the king, and on, it means Osiris. There she is. Or there she was. And here it says Sharon Tate was born on January 24th, 1943, Texas, the eldest of 3 daughters to Colonel Paul James Tate, a United States Army officer, and his wife Doris Gwendolyn, born Willett. The family are of English, Scottish, Swiss French, and Swiss German descent. Well, maybe that's why Polanski, the pedophile, is hiding in Swaziland. I went filming and I rang at the door. It's in my channel Gatsefrats. You can look it up. And yeah, that's probably why he's hiding there. He's a convicted pedophile, by the way. Convicted and all. Paul Tate, he's 82 now. Or there was at least in 2005. A former Army intelligence officer who went undercover seeking clues to the murder of daughter Sharon Tate by the followers of Charles Manson, died of congestive heart failure Wednesday at a convalescent home in Coupeville, Washington. Sharon Tate was among 5 people killed at her Benedict Canyon estate, well, we all know, and she was married to director Roman Polanski. So he was a former Army intelligence officer. Paul Tate, the father of Sharon Tate. Again, another one. The papas and the mamas. Singer Emmylou Harris, her father, was a U.S. Marine Corps officer living next to the Woodbridge Army Research and Development Laboratories. Here's Emmylou Harris, there she is with a big guitar. And here it says, Harris is from a career military family. Her father, Walter Rutland Harris, was a Marine Corps officer, and her mother, Eugenia, was a wartime military wife. Her father was reported missing in action in Korea in 1952 and spent 10 months as a prisoner of war. Born in Birmingham, Alabama, Harris spent her childhood in North Carolina and Woodbridge. So in Woodbridge was the Army Research and Development Laboratories. Singer John Denver, real name Henry John Deutschendorf, which is a German name. Deutsch, it means German, and Dorf, it means a village, a German village. So John Denver, his father, was a career U.S. Air Force officer at the famous Roswell Air Base. Well, you all know about the aliens at Roswell. John Denver, there he is. And here it's the early life. Henry John Deutschendorf Jr. was born on December 31, 1943 in Roswell, New Mexico, to Captain Henry John Deutschendorf, a United States Army Air Force pilot. So he must have been an officer. You're not a pilot if you're not an officer. At Roswell Army Airfield, and his wife Emma Louise née Swope. And he spent his youth in a lot of Air Force bases like this one. Oh, they all look like little toys, all the airplanes. He was a singer here. And the Maxwell Air Force Base, the Carswell Air Force Base in Fort Worth. And so, enough time and place, to get discovered by the headset for their 60 Music project. The town of Denver in Colorado was settled by Swiss immigrants. Denver as in John Denver. And here are some more. You can see some more towns here that are even Lucerne Valley. And these are Swiss Americans by percentage of the total population. Like in New Bern, 30% here. 30% of the population are Swiss. And this one here. Swiss Americans by numbers. There are 8,000 in New York. And 117,000 in California. I'll show you the bigger picture in a minute. So this is the Swiss Americans website from Wikipedia, and you see there are 1 million Swiss Americans in the US. That's 0.28% of the US population. But they all go for all the key positions. So this is interesting. Here's the history about it. You know, the Theobald von Erlach, you know, it's the nobility from Bern. They probably didn't like it very much, and I was in Bern when I started talking about that, right? And there's also von Grafenried. Well, they're not even in it. They should be. And yeah, in California there are 117,000 Swiss Americans, Pennsylvania 73,000. I guess there are more Swiss Americans or Swiss in the United States than there are jaywalkers. And I've shown you they have taken over far many more key positions than the jaywalkers did. I don't know of any jaywalker president, but I already mentioned 3 or 4 of them who are Swiss. So, facts, people, facts. Community settled by Swiss immigrants. There's a lot of Berns in Bernville. Swiss American historical societies. And of course the Mennonites. Notable people. So for a more comprehensive list, see list of Swiss Americans. Okay, well, let's have a look. List of Swiss Americans. And there's a lot of actors. What is it? Oh, Robert Downey Jr. Mothers of Swiss descent. James Caviezel also, paternal grandfather. Even Jeff Bridges. Wow. Yul Brynner. Well, I knew that. Well, his name is Swiss, you know, Brunner. And Meryl Streep, of course. Renee Zellweger, which is a Swiss name. Writers, musicians. Leon Botstein. So this is Steinsy, who is Swiss. Yeah, governors and presidents. Herbert Hoover, Eisenhower, Obama. So I already got 3 who are Swiss. Eh? I don't know any jaywalker presidents in the US. I don't know. I don't think there were any. So Herbert Hoover here. Swiss. His real name, Huber. J. Edgar Hoover. Swiss. Yeah. Henri Bouquet. Well, and Henry Wirtz. Yeah. The Confederate soldier executed for war crimes. And a prominent, Henri Bouquet, a prominent army officer in the French and Indian War and the Pontiac's War. Of course, religion. Scientists. Albert Einstein, well, not really Swiss, eh? He was born in Germany. He just lived in Switzerland. Rickenbacker, the guitar. And of course, Chevrolet. He was Swiss. I don't see him. No Chevrolet. Sports here. Oh, here. Oh, he's under sports. Louis Chevrolet. He was Swiss. Bobby Fischer? Ah, I didn't know that. Well, etc., etc. Nancy Ross was the girlfriend of singer David Crosby. She had a child with Graham Parsons, and her father was a captain in the RAF, the Royal Air Force, and she finally married the grandson of Eleanor Roosevelt, the same family as the president. The Swiss were selling a lot of their Swiss-made and Swiss-invented LSD in these 60s days. And one of their LSD distributors was Augustus Owsley Stanley III, whose father was a World War II military officer, and he became a government attorney in Washington, D.C., and his grandfather was the governor of Kentucky. So here he is in a hippie suit, like Indian stuff that became quite popular as well. And he was the main drug dealer. He produced at least 500 grams of LSD, amounting to a little more than 5 million doses. And you know, it's the elite behind this. It's Octagon. The fathers are all high military officers, generals, admirals. Grandfathers are, you know, governors and senators here. His father was a government attorney. Stanley was the scion of a political family from Kentucky. His grandfather, Owsley Stanley, a member of the United States Senate, after serving as governor of Kentucky, and he was in the House of Representatives and campaigned against the prohibition. Oh, that's funny. He should have been more in favor of it, because, you know, the elite were making a lot of money in these times together with the Mafia. So the elite made the prohibition and their Mafia made all the money. Yeah. And here, early life, belying his dearth of formal education, he secured a position as a test engineer with Rocketdyne in Los Angeles. In his capacity, he worked on the SM-64 Navajo supersonic cruise missile, and in June 1956 he enlisted in the United States Air Force. So the drug dealer as well, he was in the United States Air Force. It's all Pentagon, Octagon, the military industrial complex behind it. As an electronics specialist, serving for 18 months, including stints of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Okay. Also in California. And Edwards Air Force Base, rocket engine test facility, before being discharged in 1958. During his service, he secured an amateur radio license and general radio telephone operator license. I tell you people, we don't even know half of it, how deep it all goes. And all these military people, you know, the head shed, they push our youth into drugs and into wars with some nice and fine music. So they all follow the Pied Piper. Here's a sign when you enter the town. So Augustus Owsley Stanley was a governor of Kentucky from 1915 to 1919. Was born May 21, 1867 in Shelbyville, and lived in this house as a child, the son of Reverend. He served 6 terms in U.S. Congress, and he was a U.S. Senator. So, funny thing is, the hippie movement, we all think it was a movement against the elite, against the system, but in fact it was the system behind it. The rich and the elite, they were behind it, and they sold us as something against the elite and a resistance and an uprising against wars, and all the war makers were behind it. The whole thing is a scam. But it was good music though. Many of the 60s hippie recordings were made in Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles, where chateau, it means castle, and mar, from the pharaonic word mer in Demotic, for pyramid. So Marmont means in fact Pyramid Mountain. You see that this is in Los Angeles in America, with the French name Chateau Marmont, which is of course again a reference to the nobility. And the entire European nobility, they in the end they come out of France, and before that they were in Italy. That's why they speak French. So that's why it's Marmont. It's at Chateau Marmont, a hotel in California. You can see it from Sunset Boulevard. And so a lot of recordings were made in this hotel. There's some funny symbols here on the... It doesn't look like a sun hieroglyph, but it looks like the Vesica Pisces from here, the Vesica Pisces. The two circles with an oval in the middle. And okay, that's what it is. Yeah, that's the Vesica Pisces. The tower is octagonal. Interesting. Nice hotel. So, it's the elite behind the music, the nobility, pharaoh, etc. And the people, they just ran after the Pied Piper, and after the skirts, after the laughter, and the good music, etc. This is how they trap us in a movement. And in fact, the leading general on Napoleon's Egyptian campaign was Auguste Frédéric Viès de Marmont, who was a duke from Burgundy, France. So here's another tie between Pharaoh's worldwide nobility and the Laurel Canyon hippie music from the Pentagon. So here it says he was a Duc de Raguse. And so there he is, and he was a marshal under Napoleon, and you can see he's having the pharaonic sash, what all these aristocrats still do, and here a pentagon, like the Hotel Marmont, Chateau de Marmont in Los Angeles, and the Pentagon behind the hippie music of the 60s. And this is in red for the Red House, the Pertasser of Lower Egypt, where they all come from. Well, this is France. There he is again in the younger years. There he is helping in the times of the French Revolution. This lady is called Anne-Marie Hortense Perregaux. Maybe it was his wife, I don't know. Okay, there he is. That's when he was in Egypt with Napoleon. Ulm. He was fighting everywhere for Napoleon. Here in Ulm in Germany. So he's one of those generals and marshals So he's an important Republican figure for the expansion of the New World Order, actually. And this is the King of Spain. It looks like he's also for the in favor of the White House here. His name is Joseph, the King of Spain. Wow. It's all in white, so he's a Republican with a little bit of red. I mean, that's where they all come from, showing his origins. I mean, what's the use of this? You know, lifting up his skirt, showing the little bit of red. Oh, you know, showing his ass. That's where I come from. They do nothing without a reason. This is Wellington. We also fought against this is Marshal Marmont again, the French marshal fighting, being a general or a marshal of Napoleon. Nice horse. And this Campagne de France. Looks like bloody Russia here. And here another battle, and another battle somewhere, and another battle, another Arc de Triomphe. I think there are 4. This looks like a prison here. A lot of fighting going on. This is the Duke of Reichstadt. I don't know what's he doing here. Like an octagon here. Okay, this is the coat of arms of the Duke of Marmont. You can see the cross of Saint Omer, which I've shown you before. And this is the original coat of arms. Here's the concept of 3. It's all in red and white for the Templars, the sword in it. And the concept of 3 is them, our masters. And of course this is a vertical roll, which became the horizontal roll. Saint Omer was a Templar, so he was for the horizontal roll. And they come out of the vertical roll, the concept of 3. And of course the Marshal de Marmont, he was a Republican, so he was part of the horizontal roll, but his origins are the vertical roll. This is something what his own personal marshal's flag and marshal sticks, I don't know. This also is his coat of arms in a later stage. It's and here's the original part of it. Looks a bit like America here. Swissy is here. Of course, that's their base. And this is what it finally became. Nowadays, their coat of arms. Yeah. And here's the shell, like the petrol station, fleur de lis all over. The sticks of the marshal in it. And here in the middle is a circle, and this is a square, so it does say square and circle. So, of course, they are in favor of the Republic. So they must be Freemason. Here again, they're changing it a little bit over the time. This is his marshal stick. Bâton de Maréchal de France. Okay, people, So the hotel on the Chateau de Marmont in Los Angeles, it's very much connected to Egypt. It's connected to the nobility. Well, the name is French, so and to this Duke, of course. It probably belongs to the descendants of the Duke. And this is a Chateau de Marmont in France. And of course there are more than one. There's several ones. It was mentioned the first time in 1272. So here lie the origins of the Chateau de Marmont in Los Angeles, and where they did the recordings for the hippie music. In the 60s, the most famous record company was Atlantic Records, harboring groups like the Beatles, Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, Eric Clapton, Ray Charles, the Byrds, etc. And Atlantic Records was founded by the Turk Ahmet Ertegun. So if I look at the logo, or one of their logos, the oldest logo, you see here a cross. So there is a square, and the A is part of a circle. So that stands for the compass. So it says square and compass. And there's two here. Their logo, it has a meaning. I'll show that to you in a better picture. So here it is again, Atlantic in a bigger picture. So the whole thing is in a circle for the compass, and there's a little circle here as well. There's a lot of sixes, but there are not three, there are four. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 of these things. We're in black, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the concept of 4. And the circle is the concept of 3. So in here, only in here, it says square and compass. Now, what's a Muslim Turk doing in all this? Well, he belonged to the Young Turks, a fascist organization responsible for the Armenian genocide by the Turks, for the Turkish Sultan, and also by the Turkish nobility. And the genocide was done in 1915, about which I made this short video here. Here you can see the young Armenian girls being crucified, and the rest what they did to them. It's a real picture, apparently. So here's the title, and on my channel here. And I didn't have much time to make this video because I was, on the road. I had problems with my video editor. And the thing is, it's the same in Europe. It's the nobility doing these things, and the end of the caliphate was in 1924, when there was another lesser genocide, I think in 1923 or something, against the Armenians. And so it's the same thing as in Russia, the revolution. There's a people's movement, and there are the Republicans, and there are the royalists. And the people start off a movement, it gets infiltrated, and by the nobility, and they do all the killing. I mean, the communists, they were a people's movement, as I've been already telling you. And yes, there were a lot of jaywalkers in it, but they were not fighting against the Russian people, but against the nobility, who were really parasiting on the people who were hungry. And they got all killed. All the jaywalkers got killed in 1934 by Stalin. The same, and then it became something very bad. A good organization became bad. And the same thing happened with the Germans. And also in 1934, the Night of the Long Knives, all the original German National Socialists, they got murdered and they got replaced by the nobility, and they became the Nazis, really. The Black Order of the SS, and it became a force even against the German people. And in Turkey it was the same thing, because the Young Turks, they were a republican organization for out of the Knights Templars, of course, for the horizontal rule. But you know, the Republicans normally, they don't seek in like genociding any peoples, like, you know, the only thing they want is their, at least in those days, which is different maybe from now, they wanted to get rid of the vertical rule of the Sultan, which actually ended in 1924. So, sort of a people's movement, the Young Turks. There were even a lot of Armenians in it, and Greeks. There were not so many Turks in it. And it got infiltrated by the nobility. And as they saw, there were many Armenians who wanted a republic. They wanted to get rid of the caliphate, because the Armenians are no Muslims, and they had to live under a Islamic caliphate by the Sultan. And so the nobility they revenged on the Armenians, because they started this organization, actually, partly. And there were also Arabs in it, in the Young Turks. There were not so many Turks. And so the genocide started, but it was done by the nobility, and of course Turks helped, you know, who believed in Pharaoh's propaganda. The same thing with the Russians or the Germans. Of course the German people helped, but it was not their idea. They were not the head of it all. They just believed all the lies and all the propaganda. It was very well done. And the same thing happened in Turkey. So this guy, Ahmet Ertegun, he was a Young Turk, but not the original Young Turk, but the nobility, the infiltrated Young Turk. These things are very complicated, people. The enemy is very smart. They infiltrate everything. They turn organizations around, you know, good organizations from the beginning, who become very dangerous, very lethal, very genocidal, etc. So we can speak of at least 2 or 3 sorts of Young Turks here. It's the same with nationalists, or people call them Nazis, but there are different types of Nazis, you know. Actually, there's only one type of Nazi, in fact, but the way people use it, you know, the word Nazis, they use the word Nazi also for nationalists, and they are not Nazis. It's a different thing. And with the communists, it's the same thing. So this is very complicated. So well, go watch this video here. But I didn't have so much time, you know. I only did it in 11 minutes, but I could have taken 2 hours, you know, because the subject is very complicated. So here's an article, The Young Turks and the Armenian Genocide. So the Young Turks were the perpetrators of the Armenian genocide. But as I told you, it's more complicated than just that. Because, well, in the first place, the ones who got genocided, they were not there. They are not here anymore to tell the real story, what happened. And even if they could have done this, they wouldn't have known the real backgrounds of their killers. And so the Young Turks, which started actually as, well, a Republican organization, but it got all taken over by the nobility. And of course it's all related to the Knights Templars, because the Young Turks, they wanted the horizontal rule, and the Templars, they are behind it. but it got all taken over by the vertical rule nobility. And of course in Turkey it's the same thing. They also have the nobility, just like in any other country. So this Ahmet Ertegun of Atlantic Records, he's nobility, and that's why he can adjust so easily, in Western society, as for a normal Turk that wouldn't be so easy. He would want his family, he would want his religion and his origins, his traditions, and for the nobility, as he can mingle with the European nobility without any problem. For Ahmet Ertegun of Atlantic Records, there was no problem at all. They even called him the last sultan, So here it says he created the Atlantic Records label in 1947. So here he is, Ahmet Ertegun. Oh, he doesn't look Turkish at all, And he's got the same skull form like Macron, the French president. Very big here on top and getting quite narrow at the bottom. I've never seen a Turk, and there are quite a lot of Turks here in Europe. I've never seen a Turk like this. Not only his face, but what he radiates, nobility, Turkish nobility, the last sultan. There he is, Ahmet Ertegun, or Ahmet Ertegun. Ertegun was the co-founder and president of Atlantic Records. There you go. There he is, picture of him. There he is again. This is probably his father. He was a diplomat in Washington, D.C. So, nobility. Atlantic Records. There he is again. This one here. So, and here, this is what he said. Another guy, a musician, Serge Tankian, well, that's a Armenian name, has claimed that Ertegun was a proponent of pushing the myth that the Armenian genocide never happened. He said it never happened, claiming that he said so to avoid backlash in his home country of Turkey. Wow. I mean, a smart move, Mr. Ertegun. Of course, he denied the Armenian genocide because apparently he belonged to the group the Young Turks. The Atlantic Records Turk's father was a diplomat in Washington, D.C., and his assistant was Phil Spector. Here you see the family again. I showed that just before. And here it says in 1935, Ahmed and his family moved to Washington, D.C. with his father Munir Ertegun, who was appointed as the ambassador of the Republic of Turkey. So he was the ambassador, an ambassador's son. The ambassador of the Republic of Turkey to the United States. When Ahmed was 14, his mother bought him a record-cutting machine, which he used to compose and add lyrics to instrumental records. And here, in November of the same year, 1944, Munir Ertegun, so the ambassador, he died. And in 1946, President Harry Truman ordered the battleship, the USS Missouri, to return his body to Turkey as a demonstration of friendship between the US and Turkey. Well, see, this is the nobility, amongst each other. They show this respect. I mean, how is it possible that an Islamic country like Turkey is in the NATO? Well, this is only because the Turks are the slaves of their nobility, we are the slaves of our nobility, and they just do whatever they want, you know. It's the lords who have a military alliance, and because these lords of Turkey, as you can see here, they are very much appreciated by the lords of the United States, so they take the ship, the USS Missouri, and bring his body back home. And this has nothing to do with the Turkish people or the European people. The Young Turks are a killer organization under the control of the Templar Octagon. So that's why these Turks and Atlantic Records could play a role in the Pentagon's hippie movement, social engineering. Musician Stephen Stills, his father William Stills was in the military, and Stephen Stills attended the Admiral Farragut Military Academy in St. Petersburg, Florida, before going to Central America. So Stephen Stills of Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, there he is, of course in an older age. Funny, they only show the older pictures, or the younger pictures actually. So Stills was born in Dallas and raised in a military family again. He moved around as a child and developed an interest, etc. He was also, well, and he was spending his youth in Costa Rica, the Panama Canal Zone, El Salvador. Stills attended the Admiral Farragut Academy in St. Petersburg, and he graduated from Lincoln High School in Costa Rica. They're all military children, all of them. Of course, none of these famous 60s musicians got ever drafted into the Vietnam War and had to go into the army, while their fathers in the military industrial complex made sure they didn't have to. The music and cinema industry is a huge military psyop to steer the public through Pharaoh's social engineering. Therefore, so much military equipment in films like choppers, planes and tanks, helped by the military industrial complex. Where else did they get the permission so easily for Hollywood to use the Pentagon's latest military material in all those Hollywood videos? Huh? Hell, I go in the army because I had such a good time in the film war movie with 60s music, identifying myself being a hero. Funny enough, music has always been an integrated part of modern Republican armies in order to boost the morale and to divert from dying, making war a happy thing, all being part of the big lie of Pharaoh, who have analyzed our minds and feelings in this big scam. Just think of bagpipes, army brass bands and army drummers. So it's really not that far-fetched, from bagpipes and army brass bands to the 60 musics, and that the Pentagon number 27 is behind the 60s music, also called Vietnam War music, for a smooth dying process and lullaby for soldiers to go to sleep. The long sleep, that is. Just follow the number 27 Pied Piper either into death or into drugs. The military-industrial complex is octagon of the Nazi Templars, so music and film industry is octagon of the Nazi Templars, where in their films their police always win, and it's respected to go into the army, the only way to become a real man. In reality, just fighting Pharaoh's geostrategical wars for them. You bleed and die while they fill up their pockets and get filthy rich. Therefore, none of those filthy rich 60s musicians ever got drafted for Vietnam. You get it? Watch my film Warrior vs. Soldier, which you can see here, and I'll send you the text if you want that. So here is Warrior vs. Soldier on my channel Gatsefrats, and here you can read, I wrote underneath, mothers, raise your children as warriors so the pharaohs can't snatch them and make soldiers out of them. So I'm reading here a text what the difference is between a warrior and a soldier. I made this almost 10 years ago. The army is owned by the elite, by their state, and by Pharaoh's nobility, who also own the media. The hippie music was entirely uplifted by the media, by big money, and by record companies. The 60s PSYOP, psychological operation to drown and choke the Vietnam War horrors with abundant glamour and happy tunes of hope while creating new drug addicts. Therefore, the reason of the Vietnam War. Opium. Here, I read it for you. The drug use by American soldiers reached epidemic proportions in the late 1960s. The Department of Defense survey, 1971. Marijuana, hash, 50% use, 14% every day. Heroin, 29% use. Psychedelics, LSD and speed, 39% use. Before 1968, marijuana use was largely ignored by the army. Widespread publicity led to a comprehensive program to eradicate its use. Arrests for marijuana possession reached as many as 1,000 weekly. So they had another means as well, by punishing the people. It was the attempt of the US military command to suppress the use of marijuana that caused the switch to heroin as well as methamphetamines, barbiturates, psychedelics. By mid-1971, Army medical officers were estimating that about 10 to 15% of the lower-ranking enlisted men serving in Vietnam were heroin users. 10 to 15% were heroin users. So first they make people to addict to drugs, and then they say, oh yeah, no, we are clean, the state, we don't want it, and we're going to punish them because it's not good, while they are at the source of it all, And as a bonus, selling lots of music records for the elite. Anyway, music and its classical composers was always the monopoly of the elite and its aristocracy by Pharaoh. They did a pretty good job entertaining the sleeple through the 60s musical PSYOP by the Pentagon. And here you see the super rich Beatles with the symbol of the elite, the Rolls Royce in hippie collars, and of course the military uniforms, because it was a psychological operation by the military-industrial complex. Both the Pentagon and the, of course, also British military-industrial complex. Well, anyway, the United States belongs to the British nobility. It still does. There were only a few men standing against it, like John F. Kennedy and the FBI's TDY, Thomas O'Loughlin, who were quickly terminated by these gangsters ruling over us, and who actually are getting very bold with their actual bug war and forced antidote poisons. And in fact, related to the actual situation today and the Wu flu, in the 19th century, in fact, it was Britain and its nobility again in the 19th century that led the drugs trade through Hong Kong and leading to 2 opium wars with the Chinese. When the Chinese saw how entire Chinese generations got hooked on opium, thus people getting hepatitis, liver problem, with many Chinese turning yellow because of the liver problems, leading to the myth of the Chinese yellow race. So here it says the Opium Wars, so Emperor Dogung orders British shipments of opium be confiscated and destroyed. So the Chinese didn't want that drugs trade by the British Empire, and they destroyed it. And during one seizure of British cargo, 20,000 chests of opium were destroyed. Each chest was worth $1,000. In 2007 dollars, that's about $300 million. So again, China was attacked by the West, just as the Wu flu and things going on today. And but of course the West, what is the West? That's the nobility. And unfortunately, the stupid Europeans, they always followed the nobility, believed the nobility, went into wars for the nobility, so the nobility could get filthy rich, and the Europeans had to die for them. But the Chinese, they stood up against this. And so ever since there have been problems with the Chinese nobility and the European nobility, and that's probably also the reason why the West inserted the Wu flu in Wuhan, China. It is not Chinese, people. You can see it all over history that China is the victim of European aggressors. Also, the Dutch royal house and their cocaine factory in Amsterdam of the 20th century traded tons of drugs all over the world, and always the same powers behind it all. It here says the Royal Dutch Cocaine Factory. It's a royal factory. In the first half of the 20th century, tens of thousands of kilos of cocaine were produced in Amsterdam. During the First World War, it was exported to soldiers on both sides of the front with full approval of the Dutch government, and it was a royal factory. So, in related to the hippie movement and the Vietnam War, this has been going on for far much longer, and it's the royals behind it and the elite to whom the Pentagon belongs and the army, everything. I'll read it for you. Nowadays it's hard to imagine, but over a century ago Holland was one of the world's biggest producers of cocaine. Between 1900 and 1962, thousands of kilos of cocaine were produced and shipped to all parts of the world. Officially, the purpose of all that white powder was medicinal, but during World War I the factory had permission from the government to traffic a fair share to both Germany and England, who used it to provide soldiers on both sides of the front. How's that for commercial spirit? Cocaine is one of the most popular drugs in the world. Well, this is probably where the Nazis got their cocaine from, you know. And it's all related to the 60s music, you know, the hippie era, the Vietnam War. And it said here they produced it until 1962, and that is exactly the time when, you know, the Vietnam War and everything. So then they got all their drugs from somewhere else. It's been going on for a very long time, all this, eh? And there's nobility behind it. So this is very much related, and the British Opium Wars, to the hippie music era and the Vietnam War. It's all because it's all the same ones. And I recently noticed, when seeing some of the latest bug war protests in this cocaine producing monarchy in the flatlands, in the flat earth, that their royal police have a funny logo on their police cars, with the O being lowered as to accentuate the circle, as a reference to the compass, and with a square on top of it, thus saying square and compass, for this worldwide Royal Freemason Army against the humanity. Here the Dutch badge to the right, next to the German Polizei, with the Order of the Garter, a white horse in it. So I suppose the Dutch equivalent for the word police is being pronounced as the German Polizei, only with a T in it, thus becoming Politei, which could also be the English pronunciation with tie in the end, like hanging us up with a tie, no? Well, tell me if I'm wrong, as I don't really know how to pronounce this word. And of course, the Politei, or whatever the name is, do nothing against drugs, because Pharaoh's nobility is making a lot of money with drugs. So here you see, it's quite funny, you know, the O on the police cars, it is lowered as to accentuate the O in the circle for the compass, with a square here on top of it. So it does say square and compass. And then this square has this funny thing in it. I don't know what it is. Is it a flame? But anyway, the flame has 4 parts for the concept of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is us, actually. And it comes out of a circle, which is the concept of 3, which is them. So all what we are, you might say, we have learned, we have been taught by them. You know, the Germanic people couldn't even read nor write when these pharaohs came. So maybe that's why the concept of 4, like coming out of this circle. So, but anyway, it does say here square and compass on all their police cars, or all their Politei cars, or whatever the pronunciation of the word is. Of course, they also have another logo in that cocaine producing country. It says the Dutch police logo, and it is in a octagon here, with a sort of 8 things coming out of the circle here. Well, there it is. Okay, so this is the octagon, just like the English bobbies have on their heads, and you see it all over the world. All the police logos, they have the octagon, and here 8 things coming out of a what is it, a bottle or a circle. Well, anyway, here's also a circle. And it's in blue here for the war crown. A war against humanity for this blue, worldwide blue army. And here you can see it once more in Wikipedia. The National Police Corps. With this Freemason logo here. Yes, square and compass. Because they all take their orders from the Freemasons who come out of the military order of the Knights Templars, and this is also a military corps. It all comes out of the Knights Templars, and who belonged all to the nobility. So, and here apparently how it's being attached to the wall of one of their police stations in Flat Earth. The same square and compass logo here. And the interesting thing is, it has, of course, all in blue for the war crown. It has here as well a square for the concept of 4. There are 4 corners in it, 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are 3 squares for the concept of 3, which is, so it says a double time, it says again, square and compass for the concept of 4 and the concept of 3. So they're a bit overdoing it in that country, I suppose. And apparently in this very peculiar part of the world, they also have a special detachment in the police for this here. What I'm not allowed to pronounce. And it says here, together we hold the line. And the line is blue. Well, the police line. And here it has this logo again. Here's their other logo. What is this? A sort of a... no idea what it is. And with the bug here, Pharaoh's Bug War. Well, what's funny, why does it say in English? It's quite funny because apparently they don't have English as a national language, do they now? Maybe someone can tell me if English is the national language there, or second language maybe. I didn't think it was. Some other US example of how Pharaoh's crime syndicate is attached to the US government and its corrupt Freemason authorities in a symbiotic relationship with the Mafia is the prohibition from 1920 to 1933 in order to get more money for a bottle of alcohol. So the corrupt Freemason government forbade alcohol to be sold. So Pharaoh's various crime syndicates could sell alcohol like 50 times the regular price, giving a lot of pocket money for Pharaoh's ever and ever more increasing descendants. And the alcohol smugglers got, of course, 100% protection from the corrupt US police, who are just an aggressive private army of, by, and for the elite. I'll read it for you. Prohibition made the Mafia. Prohibition made the Mafia. And the police and the authorities, they knew this very well. They knew this beforehand. Exactly the same as today with the drugs. And today with the bug war. And the medical dictatorship. The government is the Mafia. There's just a legal Mafia. And this is the illegal Mafia. But they work together. And it all started because of the Knights Templars in Sicily. The US police only eliminated the competition when ordinary people started to sell moonshine and smuggle alcohol themselves. Exactly the same situation with today's drugs. History repeats itself as usual. It says the war on alcohol, prohibition and the rise of the American state. So they use this as a pretext, the criminality, the crime around the alcohol, moonshine and smuggling, etc., to have more money for the authorities. So this is how they used these government gangsters. They used the prohibition and the mafia, which are their own men, to give pretext to the rise of the American state. More money, we need more police, we need more Tommy guns. This is what they always do. In Germany they use the same thing, like with the Baader-Meinhof and the Rote Armee-Fraktion, the RAF, German terrorists. To have more police, to have more Heckler and Koch submachine pistols, etc., etc., etc. They always do this. And now they use the same thing with the bug wars. More police, we need more, it's always the same. The same story presented in the 2018 US film White Boy Rick, based upon a true story, where the FBI has a 14-year-old child by the name of Rick Worshey being set up to officially sell drugs for the FBI, who use a diabolical trap to have the child sell the FBI's drugs, falsely promising the child that they would protect him and his dad. Therefore, the FBI, as the boy got sentenced to life in a high security prison, so he couldn't speak about politicians, like the mayor of Detroit being heavily implicated in the affair. The child did a 30-year stretch and had his life destroyed by believing and trusting the FBI. So here you see another example how the authorities are the real drug dealers and they work together with the mafia. There's loads of examples of this. Very good film. Matthew McConaughey here plays very well, and there he was. Very great actor. I like the film because it was based upon a true story, so you can learn something, and it fits in the narrative. Authorities are corrupt. They are the drug dealers. People, the only way to get rid of crime, drugs, pedophilia, wars, corruption, murder and Satanism is to get rid of the police, to get rid of the politicians and their media and their judiciary. Abolish the police, because they all work together with the mob, where the mafia is just the illegal branch of Octagon, whereas police and judiciary are the legal mobsters of Pharaoh's worldwide nobility and all their legal and illegal money scams to feed their considerably extensive pharaonic offspring. No justice, no peace, abolish the police. It's been enough now. Just get rid of these gangsters. Here you can see Ohio, here, where there are many Swiss Americans. So the Swiss rule over the US, where the Swiss Octagon is on all key positions in the US. And in some US states this is more obvious than in others, like the state of Ohio, having one of the highest densities of Swiss Americans in the US, with in 2007 86,147 Swiss in Ohio, where in 2007 there were 11 million people altogether, of whom Swissy representing 1% of the Ohio population, which means that on every 100 persons there's one Swissy, and usually going for all key positions like politics, judiciary, and, of course, police. So when I saw the documentary 137 Shots on Netflix about two unarmed black people getting chased by 62 police cars and shot dead with an overkill of 137 bullets by 120 cops in November 2012, which they even repeated 2 years later and again in November in 2014, also in Cleveland, Ohio, the police shooting dead a 12-year-old black kid who was playing cops and robbers with a toy gun. I recognized the typical Swiss fingerprint over these police crimes and their judiciary backup in crime through the enormous amount of Swiss Americans in Cleveland, Ohio. I guess November is not a good time to go and visit Cleveland, according to the statistics. Afterwards, the killer cops got fully protected by the Cleveland Justice Department, by the media, and by the politricks, who all concluded a normal day in the office, so to speak. And then, when I heard the killer cops acting as victims of it all, I recognized Swissy descendants here, doing exactly the same things in Ohio, America, as they do in Swaziland, where it is totally normal, when everyone agrees, to kill unarmed people for no reason at all, and lock the innocent up for many years, in such an organized manner, like a pack of wolves holding together for the final kill, all together with a total and shocking lack of conscience, similar to the Nazis at the Nuremberg trials of 1945. The very same astounding cold behavior and the same play of perpetrators slipping into the victim's role, both saying, "I don't remember, I had my orders, I didn't do it," etc. Same thing in Nuremberg, same thing the Swiss do, and the very same thing I saw happening in Ohio at the trials and how the whole thing got covered up. No wonder, because this is the very same bloodline. Nazis, Swiss-American killer cops in Cleveland, and Switzerland, the land of Tsar. What happened in Cleveland is happening every week in Switzerland, of Swiss Nazi killer cops shooting down some immigrant, and then being judged as a normal day at the office, and that the Swiss cop had such a difficult line of work making victims out of the perpetrators. Swiss cops even crossed the border into France, where they shot an unarmed white French family man with wife and 3-month-old son next to him in the car, with 18 bullets in his back. This is the European equivalent of 137 shots. 18 shots in the back. So I went and see the father, because I'm quite disgusted by these sort of things, and always perpetrated by the Swiss. And I interviewed the father, and put the video. I made this video about it on my channel, Gatsefrats. Yeah. Then the 3 Swiss killer cops got acquitted in a French court twice, just as in Cleveland and in Swaziland. Swiss killer cops have license to kill, no matter where they are in the world, whether it be in France or in Cleveland, and of course in Swaziland. And this was a real cinema film made about this affair, and the title is Mike. It's a film by Lars Bloemers. I think it's a German film director. I think he also made Hollywood films, and the film is in English, I think, and in French. In Switzerland, more than 10,000 asylum seekers have disappeared, which you can see in this video here on this channel. And they have death squads in Switzerland. I've seen them in action, and they probably, most likely, have made these 10,000 asylum seekers disappear. And this is 10 years ago. Now it's probably 30,000 or something like this. All the slave ships to America belong to the Swiss, which you can see in this video here. And all the names of the ship owners, the Swiss ship owners, you can find them in this video. And the KKK, Ku Klux Klan, is a Swiss organization with a Swiss flag in their logo, which you can see in this video here. You see, this is a Swiss cross, and it's a Swiss flag, exactly the same. And there's also the square and compass in it. The circle stands for the compass, because with a compass you can make a circle, and this is a square. So all the initiated ones, you know, they see this immediately. And in fact, you know, in the bottom grades of this organization, you know, they all think they're nationalists and in favor for the white race and all that. But in the end, they don't even know that the Ku Klux Klan is being ruled by a occult organization called the Freemasons, who come out of the Knights Templars. So here's the title, and you can find it in this channel here. This is a good Arab who was living in Switzerland. He copied my video because otherwise you couldn't have seen it anymore, as YouTube deleted my entire channel with 300 videos. And the Swiss, they pushed really hard, you know, to have this video disappear. Look, here it says, Fraternal Order of Police. And he knows exactly what it all means. So the police is an international crime syndicate who get their orders from another crime organization called the Freemasons, who come out of the Knights Templars from Switzerland, the land of Sarre, their head office of organized crime in the Alps. Now look, it says the square and compass with the G, Police Masonic Fellowcraft Club, Ohio. The police is completely, it's full of Freemasons. And so Templars, then Freemasons, and who are everywhere, in the police, everywhere. The police is full of Freemasons, and and it comes out of a military order called the Knights Templars, and who come out of Switzerland. It says here, police Masonic fellowcraft. It's like witchcraft, a craft. Right? So, if in order to understand the killer cops in Cleveland, Ohio, and the 137 shots and gunning down a 12-year-old kid, if you don't understand the relation here, Police Masonic Fellowcraft Club, Ohio, you will never understand it. And if you don't understand where the Masons come from, that they come out of the Knights Templars, you will not understand these murders. And if you don't understand, that the Masons come out of the Knights Templars and that they come out of Switzerland, and Ohio has a 1% Swiss Americans living there who all go for the key positions, you will never understand these murders. So, you have to relate it all and know the history. And you can find it in my videos. It says, Ohio, where Swissy murdered these innocent people. It says the square and compass, State Highway Patrol. And here it says Masonic Trooper. They are Masonic troopers. And they all think, they are Knights Templars and have a license to kill. Well, they do have a license to kill. I mean, remember that picture of Trump standing in front of the police fraternal organization or whatever it said. And these are all premeditated murders. It was not even an accident. It's premeditated. 137 bullets, that's premeditated. And look, it's all Freemason police. It belongs to the Freemasons. Here, Square and Compass, Alabama Trooper, Alaska, all Square and Compass. Each one of them has Square and Compass in it. Here, Connecticut State Police, Square and Compass, Colorado State Patrol, Square and Compass. Here, Illinois, Square and Compass, Indiana State Police, Square and Compass. They all have it. And this is the Square and Compass, State of Hawaii. So, yeah, Kansas Patrols, Square and Compass, here Square and Compass, Kentucky Police, Louisiana State Police, Square and Compass, it's everywhere. Each one of them. New Hampshire, Square and Compass. These are the ones behind the murder. And it all comes out of Swaziland, originally. So now you know who are the ones behind this murder. See, 137 bullets, through the window here, murdering innocent, unarmed people, just like that. And this is happening in Switzerland, every week. And altogether, there are 1 million Swiss Americans in the US, and they have taken over all key positions. Because Switzerland is the base of the Knights Templars. And for that, you must see all these videos, like the Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. It will take you some time, but you will understand what really happened in Cleveland, Ohio. You can find the whole story here in Wikipedia. And here they shot down 12-year-old kid in Cleveland, Ohio. What did I see there? A lot of occult-looking statues there, eh? Looks like a pharaoh there. And here, Lehmann, that's a typical Swiss name, eh? Lehmann. Very Swiss. I heard that name in Switzerland. And this one too, Garnbeck. It's also Swiss German. And you know, the kids, they can't even play with the toy gun anymore. They can't play cowboys and Indians, you know, they get shot by the police. But okay, they can have a like a gender bender operation, you know, no problem. 12 years old, change your gender, you know, have an operation, no problem. But don't play with the toy gun, you know. Or they can have Pharaoh's poison in their veins. That's okay for the authorities, but don't play cowboys and Indians or something. Don't be a kid. You know, you have to be an adult, like when you're 12, or when they're 12 and become a pink list killer. That's okay for the authorities and it's their agenda. Abolish the police. As you all know, the intel I give you here is unique and nowhere else to be found in the world, neither in books nor in films and documentaries. Therefore, I always tell you when the intel is not mine, as here in these videos here, saying that the intel is from your feedback and not mine. Although I've added a couple of things left and right. Here, this video, your feedback on Dr. No. I got some intel from other people, and I'll honestly say so. And here, your feedback on Murky Christmas video. And on the same channel here. I do so because I believe in certain values. I believe in the 3 H's. Honesty, honor, and humbleness. Therefore, I have to admit to you that the information about the fathers of the US 60s hippie musicians, all having very high ranks in the military and intelligence, is not mine. Although I've added a lot and made a lot of connections to the Knights Templars and to Switzerland and the Pharaohs. A French Armenian once gave me an internet text of a book about this all, which I read last year because I didn't have any internet for about half a year. So I don't even know who wrote that book, but he did an excellent job and too important not to tell you. And as it fitted the narrative of this video, I took the liberty to use this good man's intel, for which I can't take credit, because I believe in honor, honesty, and humbleness. The 3 H's. Here it says, the 3H crusade. Bring back honesty, honor, and humility. Well, I say humbleness. I explain you why. Because humility, it sounds like you humiliate. So humbleness is the word I use. So the 3H crusade: honesty, honor, humbleness. I despise all these scam artists and plagiarists who steal from others without even mentioning them and take all the credit and even money for it. You probably know lots of examples on YouTube. This is the way I'll die, having the 3 H's in my luggage. Hey, Swissy, this you couldn't take away from me. You have taken away the rest, but not this, Swissy. I know the official word is not humbleness, but humility. But as humility is phonetically too close related to be humiliated, I prefer to use my own set of words saying humbleness, as humility sounds like humiliate, and humbleness doesn't. Humiliate sounds somewhat effeminate, while Humbleness sounds closer to the essence of what I'm trying to define and transmit. The system needs to be beaten anyway. Hey, Swissy.